Yeah, what a difference it makes, especially looking at plans and images, huh?
Oh, yeah. Even bad
Well, you need one of
plans.
these for your
I
house.
do, absolutely need one of these. One of those ones for football games.
Well, they're not that expensive. I mean, the price of these things is really good now.
Yeah.
Okay, can I start? Am I okay?
My brother watches these. Because he always sends me a
Bored, is he?
No, he sends me funny. He sends me a critique. Like I'll get a critique tonight. I thought you
should
were
have
good
done
on this.
this.
Yeah, yeah. Or what are you thinking when you did that?
I can't even get my family to watch.
Well,
They're no interest at all.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I told my son about the guy thanking us for our decision, and he said, "Oh, is that going to translate into special things like maybe able to go to the front of the line when we're going for the Blue Jays tickets?"
Can you, where it says search?
With those podiatrists, I was gonna go over and ask him a couple, give him some advice on a couple of problems I've got.
That's an interesting stretch of street.
I don't know it.
I actually used to go to a podiatrist on that street, not those guys. What about five houses up? It's an interesting street.
But that was way too big. That
Oh,
was,
well, and for the-
way, it was an outlet. I didn't understand what they're doing in the front.
The arms.
Yeah.
Well, he's trying to create a courtyard, which takes it off the street. I don't like that. Yeah, no, I didn't think it.
Good afternoon. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful nonconforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. My name is Nancy Oman, and I will be chairing this hearing. Panel members participating with me are Zahir Bayat, Larry Clay, and Carl Niffel. We acknowledge that the lands we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some submissions will be presented in person and others by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. You can also watch our meeting live on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who want to participate virtually registered in advance and will be connecting to the hearing using a phone or compatible electronic device and are able to participate via video or audio. Participants will be muted automatically upon entry. When your item is called, participants will be unmuted one person at a time by the moderator. Please mute your devices until called upon to speak. Those participating by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when their item is called. During this time, your camera will be enabled, and you will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled, and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will assist us by sharing presentation material received within the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use the share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Those attending in person who wish to receive a copy of the committee's decision on an application must fill out the decision request card, and anyone attending virtually must submit a written request by email to the general email address for the Committee of Adjustment, Toronto and East York District Office. Please include your name, address, and an email address. Committee of Adjustment and TLAB notifications and appeal updates will be sent by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, known as TLAB, or in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions will be set out at the bottom of the committee's decision. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please speak slowly and clearly state your name and address, and please confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first with a presentation of the application, and then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have completed their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will be unmuted and will have an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. When a presentation is not required, panel members may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Please note, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Staff and panel members, any declarations of interest this afternoon? No. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any files to be closed this afternoon or deferrals?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. See no files for closure. There is one item for deferral, request for deferral for this afternoon, but it is after our 3:30 time slot. It's item 33, file number A0490/23TEY, municipal address 36 McPherson Avenue.
Okay, we'll just go in order then, and we'll deal with it when we get there. Okay, so the first item then this afternoon is item 21, which is 21 Hatherley Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have an arborist report prepared by Big Leaf Tree Service, presentation materials from the agent. We have email correspondence from transportation. They don't have any concerns. Forestry is asking for refusal of variances 6 or a condition.
29.
And we have 5 form letters in support signed by residents at 31, 48, and 50 Hatherley Road, so one adjacent neighbor. And we have correspondence expressing concern from Eversfield Road. I don't have a street number for that one. I don't show any opposition speakers listed. Do we have the agent on the line?
Yes, good afternoon. It's Glenn Rubinoff, agent for the owner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rubinoff. I don't think we need a presentation, but I'll see if the members have any questions for you. Mr. Bayat.
Just a quick one for clarification. I'm looking at the site plan, and your property is sandwiched between 27 and 31. But when I type this address into Google Street Map, it gives me a corner lot.
Yes, I did see that. Yeah, if you move down the street, it's actually funny that it redirects you to one. So 29 is on. If you just zoom down, it does show you.
So it's not that corner lot, is it?
Oh, no, it's
No,
not.
it shouldn't be.
Move down to,
Yeah, okay, it's down, so it's actually numbered something. That's all I wanted to
Yes.
do. I was getting a bit puzzled. Thank you so much.
Mr. Clay.
No worries.
thanks, Chair. I think the question we all have is with respect to Forestry's recommendation to refuse variances 4 and 6.
Can I address it?
Yeah, in part, I guess, because there is a bylaw protected tree out in front. So maybe you can speak to that for us?
Yeah, well, first of all, there's been an application submitted to forestry with an arborist report some time ago. But I just want to point out that there is an existing driveway on the property. The proposed driveway is in the same location as that existing curb cut and driveway. So I think some forestry looked at the variance, but didn't actually look at the plans, because there's clearly a driveway. The driveway, if you look at the survey, you'll see there's a curb cut. If you go back one to the previous page. The driveway at the top of this page it says driveway up there. That's where the current driveway is right now. So we're not proposing to have any major impact on that tree. It's just simply, we're just surfacing effectively the existing driveway. So that's why I think forestry didn't really look at the site plan, or they would have known that. So from their suggestion, it's like adding front yard parking spot. Well, that's already there. And the Google Maps, as was mentioned previously by the other member, I went back to 2017 to a summer picture, because the one that's there is the winter picture. You can't really see much. And when I went back, you can clearly see the driveway is there, and the curb cut is there. So there's no proposed curb cut or driveway proposed. It's already there.
So is your proposal for the same kind of footprint, same size of driveway?
Yep, that's right.
And are you planning at all to remove or injure that tree at all?
No. I think there may be a technical injury, but because of where the existing driveway is, but it's no intention to remove it. It's just simply, as you can see from the photo there, that truck is parking in the existing spot, and that will be the same spot. So, if anything,
Okay, any other questions, Mr. Nipfel?
Could you let me know whether or not the paving in the front yard, you have a deficiency of soft landscaping. Is it possible that the walkway and/or the parking space could be paved with permeable pavers?
Absolutely.
You would, okay. And then the other question I have is, you have, if I'm not mistaken, you have decks at the back, and I would argue that they need privacy screening on the east and the west. Do you have a difficulty with that?
No difficulty with that. That's a fair point. Yes.
Okay, and your contention is that the forestry report is out of date, or it's not accurate. That
I don't think it's taking into account the existing driveway, honestly, and that's why I was surprised by what we only saw today, and there's just been no reference to the fact that there's an existing driveway there. It just points out that they just are opposed to a driveway, and so I do think that it's misinformed. Yes.
in the event that the committee doesn't support the recommendations of forestry, there is an alternate that's proposed. And have you had an opportunity to read the full report?
Yep. Yeah, it would be an application to go into forestry requesting an injury, but we already have an application in. So we understand it's a technical, it's an injury application because it's an existing driveway, which is within the tree protection zone. So any conditions of forestry, of course, we understand and would agree to follow them.
Okay, because their advisory applies to a city-owned tree, then the second one applies to a privately owned tree, and I'm not exactly sure where that is.
To a privately owned tree. Like I said, we submitted an arborist report to them.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to make sure that you had read their report. Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions, Mr. Rubinoff. Anything you want to add that's not in the materials that you'd like us to know before we go into committee?
No, that's all fine. We provided a map with some comparables, but I feel that this is a minor variance. application.
Okay, thank you.
Keeping.
All right, we're in committee, panel members. Mr. Byatt.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a reasonable application. I think we're all concerned about the front yard landscaping and, of course, forestry's suggestion of refusal. But forestry does say that if we do approve, there are certain conditions that the agent will have to meet. So I'm quite happy with doing that. As Mr. Knipfel pointed out, I think it's the front walkway and the driveway. So that would be a condition that they both be produced out of permeable materials. And that the rear balconies, both ground floor and second floor, have privacy screenings on east and west sides. And with that, I would move approval.
Okay, Mr. Knipfel seconds that. So motion to approve with the two conditions outlined by Mr. Byatt, moved by Mr. Byatt, seconded by Mr. Knipfel. All in favor? That carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Item number 22. Number 90, Atlas Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 2 photographs of trees on the property, a covering letter from the owners that we received in our supplemental agenda yesterday. We have support from 79, 95, 100, 81, 86, and 75 Atlas, as well as 108 and 96, and from 2 Dundurn Crescent. Correspondence in opposition from number 92, which is adjacent. And I do show 1 opposition speaker. And do you have the opposition for it? Okay. Hi, and you're the property owners? So we have an opposition speaker, so I'll need you to first identify yourselves, name and address. I don't know if you're both speaking, then you need to split the time between the 2 of you, so it's 5 minutes. And we need you to do a presentation, then we'll go to the opposition, then we'll come back to you so you can speak to what the opposition had to say. So go ahead.
My name is Jenny Reich. I'm the owner and co-owner and resident at 90 Atlas. And this is Adam Nagler, also co-owner and resident at 90 Atlas.
Okay, so go ahead. We'll start the clock now. But again, if you both want to speak, then just try to split it between the 5 minutes, like between the 2 of you.
So I'll do the presentation, then Adam will take.
Yeah, there's a clock on the wall, so you can see the time there. I'm going to start it now, okay?
I'll speak afterwards in rebuttal if needed.
To the opposition.
So, oh, I see. So you're going to do the 5 minutes, and okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to consider our application. So as you know, there are 3 main components to our proposal: a back deck, creating a mudroom where our front porch currently is, and rebuilding the balcony above the proposed mudroom. The variances we are seeking are minor, and precedents have already been set. In each of the 6 cases of these variances, there have been approvals in other projects in our immediate surroundings within a 500-meter radius and more within the 1-kilometer radius. Notably, there are a number of the same variances that have already been granted are more significant than what we are requesting. Specifically, there have been variances in both front and side yard setbacks greater than our requests, and balconies that are larger, and platforms with more considerable encroachments, which is why we consider ours to be more minor in nature. I do have photos of examples of the variances in our neighborhood, along with the addresses if you're interested. Our plans were carefully designed with consideration for the natural slope of the land upon which our house is built, to ensure that the landings and platforms are to code, safe, and can accommodate the comings and goings of multiple children, as well as elderly relatives. As to the character of the neighborhood, an enclosed porch is a very common feature. There are more than a half dozen on our block alone, and more than 75, including several with upper balconies on surrounding streets alone. We've engaged with our neighbors regarding this project and have 10 written letters of broad support. We've been in contact with the neighbor who wrote the single letter of objection, and she is aware of our plan and has had the opportunity to ask us questions and have them answered fully. For the record, she stated that all of the houses are in a row with approximately the same setback from the street, which is correct. However, we are seeking to align our enclosed space, the mudroom, with the pillars of the covered porches to the houses immediately south of us, although their roofs and eaves extend further still. So our project will visually align with those properties and will not stand out unduly from our neighbors. Our house is the original farmhouse in the area and has barely changed since 1907. Any changes we make will be in keeping with the character of our home as well as the surrounding blocks. That being said, our neighborhoods are ever-changing and reflect the needs, desires, and tastes of their inhabitants, and they adapt to current trends and advances in materials. Our proposed renovation, which is modest in scope, will be more in keeping with the neighborhood's original look than a number of the new builds that have cropped up over the last 5 years or so. So in summary, the variances we are seeking are minor in nature. The same variances have already been granted in the neighborhood, including a significant number with greater variances than what we are requesting. We have broad-based support from our neighbors, and our proposed project will be in keeping with the look and feel of the area. Lastly, we are longtime members of this community. We're in it for the long haul. It's the only neighborhood I've ever lived in Toronto since 2008. My husband's lived in the neighborhood since 2002. We're active community members. We volunteer. Our kids are at local schools. We care deeply about the neighborhood and the neighbors and would never propose anything that would be inconsistent or out of character with the surroundings. We do plan to be in our house until our knees give out, and a closet and a deck will really add to both the value and character of the neighborhood as well as our enjoyment of our home. So, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think we'll hold questions till we hear from the opposition.
Craig Race, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, committee members.
Good afternoon. I just need you to state your name for the record, and then I'll start the clock, and you'll have 5 minutes.
I am Craig Race, representative for the adjacent neighbor at 92 Atlas.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So there are a few aspects of this design we would like to address as they cause what we view as an undue burden on the property to the north. Certainly the front yard setback that is being requested is one that is closer than any of the adjacent neighbors. It would be quite simple to comply or follow the development pattern of most properties that have a +6 meter front yard setback and still accomplish the program in a way that would be more fitting with the design character of the street. That is also true of the balcony above the front addition, which currently requires variances for area as well as setback from the side lot line. With some fairly minor changes, all the variances related to the elevated balcony could be completely eliminated. And that would also require the balcony to change in design so it would not have overlook or shadowing for the property to the north. With respect to the rear deck, there is a variance being sought that if this deck were pulled 18 inches to the south, it would not require a variance for being close to that shared lot line. We think this is very reasonable, especially considering it's an 18-foot deck. That dimensional change would have no effect on the utilization of the proposal, but would preclude a substantial privacy concern. If you look at the elevation drawing, this deck is already 5.5 feet above grade. So when standing on that deck, you're well above the fence that separates them from the neighboring property, and overlook into the adjacent backyard is substantial. We don't think this variance is appropriate, and we would encourage the committee to apply a condition that requires a privacy screen on the north side of this deck. We don't really have much more to say than that, other than it's a little frustrating to see some of these minor variances. If this client had hired me as their architect, we could have accomplished this program with 0 minor variances. And certainly individually, the variances are small, but in concert, they are substantial. They deviate from established development patterns, and they provide privacy and shadowing concerns to the property to the north. We ask that at the very least, the variances related to the rear deck and the elevated balcony on the front not be granted, as well as require a privacy screen condition for the rear deck, even if it does not require variances. Thank you for your time today, committee members.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the speaker, panel members? Seeing none. Okay. Mr. Nagler, you have 5 minutes to respond to the issues that were raised. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There were, I think, a number of errors and inconsistencies in the remarks of the respondent. They neglected to note there is already a privacy screen at the front and multiple 20-foot high trees between the two properties that already create a barrier between our two properties. They suggested that the balcony in the front would create some sort of new privacy issue. There has been a balcony there for 50-plus years. We are simply replacing a safer balcony. It is unsafe for us to go out now. We would go out on something that matches the footprint of what we are doing. In the rear, the characterization of the elevation of the deck is inaccurate. As you will note from the plans, 92 Atlas has a back deck going straight off the back of the house with the same elevation or near as to the same elevation. The variance we are requesting is approximately 3 to 4 inches in height, which our architect indicates will eliminate a tripping or falling hazard. Any differently sized step would be dangerous for us. We are seeking to align with the neighbors. Now, in terms of a privacy screen, that is something that we are certainly open to consider. And I'm a little concerned, and I'll hand over to Jenny and part of my time, but I'm a little concerned about inconsistency with what I heard in my conversation with our neighbor last week. I engaged with her initially on a different issue, and I'll read to you the summary of our conversation. Hi, Kathy. It was a pleasure chatting Thursday morning. I'm glad that we also had the opportunity to discuss our proposal that will be going before the Committee of Adjustment. As I noted in our conversation, we understand your privacy concerns regarding the back deck. When I asked, you noted that you had no substantive concerns about the other aspect of the proposal, the enclosure of the front porch. If you do have any substantive concerns, please let me know. In the spirit of maintaining good relations, we are always open to finding reasonable and rational approaches to respecting one another's homes and spaces. As we discussed in our chat, on a day-to-day basis, both you and we are quiet neighbors. Jasper is a good dog and quiet neighbor too, and we have had no issues on that front. I am hopeful that we can continue to engage in the civil constructive spirit that we did on Thursday to resolve any issues that may arise. Her substantive issues, we received no response. There are substantive issues now. Again, for the reasons that Jenny articulated, and because, again, the balcony will be, in essence, exactly the same as the balcony in place now. I have expressed now, in line with my email and our reasonable and rational approach, our openness to a privacy screen in the back. I would also suggest that moving our deck 18 inches south creates a very serious parking and safety issue, not just for us at 90 Atlas, but also for our neighbors at 86 Atlas. We would have to move a stairwell, and we would be significantly, the turning radius for our neighbors in particular who have a minivan for their 2 small children would be impacted. So we, again, clearly demonstrated through the 75 covered porches in our neighborhood that what we are doing is entirely in keeping. And the setback that our neighbor to the north has is 0.33 meters less than it is half of what the setback we are asking for. If you look on the front, the setback in the front is almost identical. They are saying that we are doing is egregious when we are asking for the same or less. And so in the last minute, Jenny, if you have any further points of rebuttal, I'm happy to turn over that time to you.
I'll just slide it.
Yeah, no, it's everything that Adam said. I stand by as well. Our deck, back deck, would be over from where their house would be by 1 foot. So effectively, their house is acting as a privacy screen where we're proposing our deck would be. And for that extra foot, we will be happy to come to a compromise and put up a privacy fence for that 1 foot. Sorry, a privacy screen. I think we've covered, I believe we've covered everything.
Yeah, and just in terms of how we interact, because as you may guess, we have a better relationship with the 10 neighbors who wrote supportive letters. On Saturday, our neighbor had somewhere between 6 and 10 people on the elevated deck looking down on us in our garden. We are neighbors. They had a good time. We had a good time. There were no issues. When we build a deck, we look forward to being similarly respectful with our events, putting up the screen if necessary, and being good neighbors, because we have to live together. We reached out in the spirit of compromise and partnership, and at the committee today, we've indicated
Okay.
that we would do something similar.
Thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions? Go ahead, Larry.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for coming down and your presentation today. Just want to confirm, so the footprint of what you're proposing, you're just enclosing your porch? You're not extending it out any further than it is already?
Yes, so as I've said, we would like to extend it in a very minor way, so it is aligned with the posts of the houses to the south of us.
So how far further out are you?
Oh boy, I have the plans here. It's maybe a foot in a, it looks almost the same on the plan, so I can't tell you exactly. It's really tiny, but it's virtually aligned. I believe it's a foot out. I can check back.
Oh, so it's 86 that you're lining it up
Yeah,
with? So
bizarrely-
the post on their front porch, you want to line up with that?
And 84. Curiously, there is, if anyone's wondering, there is no 88. I don't know why. It goes from 86 to 90. So if that's confusing, it's confusing for us too. I don't know why there's no 88. But yes, it is aligned with the posts, both from 86 and 84.
Great. And you mentioned that the balcony has been there forever.
Same as the porch. It's right over the porch.
Is that your master that is the walkout?
It's actually the bathroom.
Yeah, it was all part of it's the master bedroom ensuite.
Oh, it's the
yeah,
ensuite.
connected to our bedroom.
Okay, so it's not like there's going to be active
There
recreation going on up there?
There will be no social events. It would purely be for the two of us.
Right.
We've never had anyone out there other than the two of us.
Okay.
Just for us.
That's great, thanks.
Mr. Nipfel and then Mr. Byatt.
Thank you. I'm not sure I understood the point that you were making about your deck and the house number 92. Did you say that the house extends past your deck?
So on
That
this,
isn't what's shown on this drawing.
great question. So this plan was made before. We do have a copy. The neighbor to the north, 92, gutted, dug down, and built her house way back. That it extends.
Okay, so that's not
behind our
accurate
house.
what we have in terms of their property.
Yes, I have one picture of it that they had submitted to
can I
us
go on? No.
before, but it's not reflected here, but their house extends behind our house.
They put on a
Plus a deck
rear
on top of that.
extension and a deck that's 3 stories.
I think it's incumbent maybe upon the 92 Atlas to have presented that when they are talking about our back deck.
So the reason for my question, and thanks to my colleague, he's got a photograph here that clarifies that. Is there a need for a north side privacy screen? What we don't know is how far 92 goes back. Does it go back in line with the west limit of your proposed deck, or does it?
Our deck is, I believe it is 1 foot 1 inch, 1 foot 2 inches beyond where their house is. Their deck extends beyond that. So our deck would be much shorter than theirs because our house is shorter. So if she wants a privacy screen to cover that 1 foot, we're willing to do that. That's fine.
That actually would look silly from everybody's point of view.
Yeah, so
Yeah, either that, or as my colleague is suggesting, do the whole north side, and, which is, you don't need it there for much of it, but
yeah,
I wouldn't recommend a 1 foot.
I'm just saying that's the part that's open. So that's fine. We're open to doing that.
We're not interested in being peered upon. She is not interested in some privacy. It might not be 1 foot, but something that looks nice, that would provide mitigation for the privacy concerns that we mutually have. The decks will be close to one another. Her deck extends beyond ours, so they'd be looking back, we'd be looking forward, and something that provides for, privacy. We may,
Well, if I may.
If I can, just so we don't get hung up on this, I think Mr. Nipfel was just suggesting that it probably would look better even from your side to do the whole
Yeah.
north side, not just one little piece.
I totally understand that, and I would normally fully agree. My question, this is something I think can be easily worked out, but we have a lot of beautiful, tall rose bushes and grapevines in that corner that also provide privacy, which I would prefer to a wall. But if you say we have to put in a wall,
a screen.
a screen. But there is a lot of natural greenery that would
Okay.
also provide.
That'll be up to the committee whether, depending what they decide, but I don't want to sort of get hung up on this. Mr. Bayat has another question.
Thank you. I think my questions have probably been answered already, but my observation is that your front deck is, from my perspective, your front porch, from my perspective, is not an issue. I was just looking at 2011 images of your home on Google, and these are existing structures. If you're extending it, you mentioned about a foot, maybe a little bit more, fine. I don't think it's a major variance that you're asking for, so I have no concerns about that. Similarly, with your rear deck, I think our site plan is an old one, which shows the extent of the house, your neighboring house, prior to the new one being built. So it doesn't really give us a good reflection of how far it extends. So even with that side, the north side of the deck, I personally don't see an issue, a privacy issue. But if you're comfortable and in keeping with your neighbor, being neighborly, I think that might be an appropriate thing to do. Beyond that, I really don't see an issue with your application.
Okay, panel members, do you have any further questions? All right, let's take it into committee for a decision then. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this is a very supportable application. The proposal is to reflect an existing fabric that's on the street and to replicate it. The fact that the addition actually is going to line up with the porches immediately to the south, I think, is commendable. The fact that they took the trouble to line it up with the columns that support those porches, I think, is a reasonable thing. And the only portion that extends beyond that is a surface platform and a few stairs. And like Mr. Bayat, I don't personally see that as a problem. In terms of the rear deck, I can understand the concern from 92 about privacy, but I'd loathe to have you put a privacy screen along the entire north limit of the deck if it's not necessary. I think a reasonable alternative might be to put plant material in the northeast corner of the deck. You mentioned you've got rose bushes and so forth. You could put a planter there with some higher cedars, whatever, and it would provide privacy, and it would be, I think, more in keeping with what you are proposing. Having said that, I would like to move approval of the application, with the only condition being that that a planter be installed in the northwest corner of the proposed deck and planted to provide a measure of privacy between this property and number 92.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Bayat, so a motion to approve with the condition as outlined by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Item number 23, 29 Thelma Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have an arborist report prepared by Harmony Tree Services. We have email correspondence from transportation. They don't have any concerns, but they are recommending between 2 and 4% for the minimum slope. And forestry is asking for condition number 2. I don't, let's see here. Well, we do have opposition. Do we have all the opposition speakers?
We have 4 of the 5 opposition speakers present. sorry, 3 of the 4 opposition speakers present, and I do have the engineer on the line. The agent is not on the line.
Okay. Well, let's go to the engineer because I know two of the opposition are here. And so are we missing Michael Clark? Or?
No, we're missing Lori Harrison. I'm going to attempt to call them in the time that the other speakers are speaking.
Okay. So could you put the agent through, though?
Sarah, you have been unmuted.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Maddy, and my address is 1356 Weir Chase.
Okay,
And
so
this is Saga.
Sarah, you're speaking on behalf of the agent then, today?
Yeah.
Okay, so we do have opposition speakers. I'll need you to do a presentation, please, no more than 5 minutes. Okay, whenever you're ready, we'll start the clock.
Yep, we are proposing to demolish an existing 2-story dwelling and construct a new 3-story detached single-family dwelling. We are asking for a few minor variances. Most of these variances were approved by the committee for 40 Thelma Avenue. Variance number 1, the rear deck to project 3.05 meters from the main wall and sits 1.72 meters above ground. The second variance is that the height of all side exterior to be 11.32 meters height. 3 is the main pedestrian entrance above established grade will have a height of 1.72 meters. 4, we're asking for 1.28% for the floor space index. And 5, we are asking to build 0.45 meters from the property line because our property, as you can see, it's very narrow, so we want to build it as close as possible to the property line. 6, we are asking for the front yard to have 37% of soft landscaping instead of the required 75%, as the front yard area is very small, and all we're proposing is like a driveway and the concrete stairs. And the last variance, we are proposing a front integral garage where the driveway slope is reversed. Since it's a narrow lot, my client doesn't want the garage encroaching the main floor space. And we will follow all the bylaws on reverse slopes driveways to ensure like all the water management and safety. And again, variants 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7 are very similar to 40 Thelma Avenue, which got approved for more than what we are asking for.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go to the opposition, and after we've heard from all of them, we'll come back to you, and you'll have a chance to speak to the issues raised. Can we have the online person first? Thanks.
Michael Clark, you've been unmuted.
No, thank you very much. Just testing to make sure you've got some audio for me.
Yes.
I need
great.
Can you state your name and address, please, for the record, and then I'll start the clock, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Clark, I abide at 21 Thelma Avenue, Unit 207.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I actually wasn't anticipating speaking. I don't necessarily have any objection to the plan whatsoever, more along the lines of questions. I'm checking with you, Madam Chair. May I put those questions forward?
Yeah, please put your concerns forward just within 5 minutes, that's all.
Okay. I do notice on the plan that the property, a tree is being asked to be removed. It is a healthy and does provide a certain amount of coverage, although I am not going to actually dig into objecting to it. I think I'm more interested in the remaining trees that run along the the west edge of the property. There are 2, one that's slightly smaller than the one that will be torn down or cut, and then several things that are closer to bushes than to trees. Essentially, the open question here is just how much of that foliage is going to be removed during the construction.
Okay, so those, that's your main concern then?
Yes, absolutely. The only other issue I have is does the applicant realize that the roadway to the immediate west of the building, it does not belong to 21 Thelma, it belongs to property behind us. And I was interested to find out to what degree is the construction crew going to be using that as access to the property?
All right.
Bearing in mind that we live immediately adjacent to that road is used. We have clearance to use that road for our cars, which are parked in our basement. So I'm just assuring that there's going to be a reasonable accommodation to allow us to get in and out of our parking lot.
Okay, just for your information, the committee doesn't deal with those issues. It's a construction issue, but we'll ask the agent to perhaps comment on whether or not they can work together with people that might be impacted during construction, but it's not part of our jurisdiction. But I will ask them to speak to the tree removal on that western edge that you spoke about. Okay, so
thank you,
yeah.
Madam Chair. I'm finished.
Okay, you're welcome. So we'll have the agent back after we hear from the other two people that are here. Okay, sir. Harvey, is it?
Yes, my name's Harvey Hochberg. I live next door at 31 Thelma Avenue. And actually, I just want some information. I just got back from holidays and looking at this plan. There's a few questions I have. Number one is beside my porch, there's going to be built a retaining wall. I would like to know how high that retaining wall is going to be. Secondly, according to the site plan, there's going to be, I'm not sure if it looks like an underground garage, but the parking area looks like see, in front of my house, there is a parking space on the street. It looks like if they put this parking area, I'm not sure how big it is, but it might take away that parking area, or it might have people park in front of our house, making access to our parking lot difficult. So that's that. The other thing is that I'm not sure where they're going to put let's say, the outdoor air conditioning unit. If possible, I would like it done on the west side of their building, because if they put it next door to my house, there's a noise factor. And if it's done on the other side, on the west side, there may be a noise factor, but I don't think it's going to affect too many people, because there's a driveway and an apartment building. So those are my concerns. I don't know if anybody can answer them.
Well, that would be up to the agent. So after I hear from one more speaker, we'll have the agent come back and ask them to answer your concerns and concerns that were raised by the other speakers. Okay?
Okay.
And before you go, could I just ask you to spell your last name, please? Sorry, your last name. I didn't get...
Hochberg, Hochberg.
Okay. Let me see if the panel members have any questions. Panel members, any questions for Mr. Hochberg? Carl has a question for you, sir.
Thank you for coming. You have a parking space in front of your house, and it's flush with the ground. It doesn't go down as is proposed here. Is that correct?
That's right. It's just we're level, and in front of our house there's a parking place.
Yes.
According to this, I'm not sure how much parking area they're going to change. It looks like they're going to change the parking area so that a car won't be able to park in front of our house, but there may be some space that somebody coming along could park there and infringe on our driveway.
Can you see the drawing that's up there?
Can I go up there and show you what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Maybe you could show me where your parking space is too, okay?
Okay, so the parking area.
Can you scroll it up? Make it smaller a little bit. Well, he wants to see the whole driveway, like, yeah,
Okay, good.
excellent,
Okay.
thanks.
So the parking area is like on the street here. Like my driveway is here,
Yeah.
along here. There's a parking area for just one car down here. Now, I don't know what this is here, if this is going to be a driveway, including this part, a car won't be able to park here. And there may be some space, and somebody coming along could park there, which will prevent us from make it difficult for us to drive into our driveway. I don't know what this part is. If it's not part of the driveway, I'm okay with it. If this is just the driveway, I'm fine with it.
So you're concerned with losing space on the street to park, right?
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
there's a spot in front, like, sometimes we have our family come over or friends come over, there's maybe a spot there if it makes it just a good thing to have.
So one of the questions to the agent will be whether they're planning to change the curb cut on the front, right? So
If this is not part of the driveway, I'm okay with it, because I think there'll be enough space. If this, if this is just the driveway, fine.
Okay, so what?
And the other thing is, I just want to know on this retaining wall, how high is it? Is it going to block my vision? When I walk out of my porch and look down the street, right now I have a nice view. I have a nice view of the street. If that retaining wall is high, I don't know how high it's going to be, it may block my view.
So, Mr. Hochberg, we can't answer, it's me speaking. We can't answer those questions. We're going to ask the agent.
Okay.
We're going to hear from one more neighbor, and
Yeah.
then the agent is going to have to answer all the things that you've just brought up.
Yeah,
Okay?
the other thing was the air conditioning. Like-
Yeah, I wrote it all down here. So
Yeah.
you've got the air conditioning unit, you'd want it on the west side.
Right.
The parking, you're concerned about the curb cut and the height of your retaining, or the
Yeah.
retaining wall.
And I want to make a note, just a note that we're happy that this is being done, because this is an eyesore. This house is an eyesore, and we're happy that somebody's doing something about it.
Okay,
Okay?
noted. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Is Mr. Tiefenbach here then?
My questions were answered with variances from the agent.
Oh, okay. All right, so can I have the agent back then, please?
Actually, through you, Madam Chair, I have the third person in opposition,
Oh,
Lori Harrison.
Okay, well, let's go there first then.
Lori Harrison, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Can you just identify
Okay,
yourself?
great.
I need your name and address for the record, and then I'll start the clock. You'll have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. My name is Lori Harrison, and my address is 21 THELMA Avenue.
Okay, go ahead.
So 2 questions. One is about the air conditioning unit. So that would affect us if it is on the west side. There are a lot of units that don't have air conditioning in our units, so we keep our windows open during the summer months. So that would certainly be an issue. So if that is something that could be moved to the back of the property, perhaps that would be better. So that's one comment and question. And then the other is about the windows. I just wanted to ask if, I see the plan, but are those windows offset the windows that are in our building.
Okay.
That
Well,
make sense? Yeah.
yeah, so we're going to go back to the agent, and she can answer those questions as well as the ones raised by the other speakers. Before you go, panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? No? Okay. All right. Thank you. If I could have the agent back.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. So you have 5 minutes, and please speak only to the issues that have been raised by all the speakers.
Regarding the trees on the side of the lot, these trees will need to be removed. We will have an updated arborist report. That's the first question. The second question regarding the location of the AC, we'll place it in the back of the property near the deck area. And third question was for the curb cuts. We will not be changing that. It will remain as is. And for the last question regarding the windows, could you please repeat that question?
I believe that the speaker wanted to know if you're going to offset your windows to the apartment building so that there's no direct looking into the windows of apartments.
I'm not sure what that means. What does
I think what she meant is, are you going to have any windows that are directly facing another window, or are they going to be staggered so that you're not sort of looking right into somebody's apartment?
If she's talking about the side windows, they will be facing.
Can you bring Lori back for a second? Is she still there, or did she go?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you just only specifically say which side of windows are you talking about specifically?
It's the west side, which faces our building, 21 Thelma.
Sarah?
Yes, so those windows will be facing 21 Thelma Avenue.
I know, but are they staggered?
She wants to know if there's any that are directly opposite each other. So one of your windows opposite to one in the apartment building. I think that's what the question is.
I don't have that information on me, as we need to take the measurements and do all the floor plans and elevations for her house.
Okay. And then there was one other question about the retaining wall, how high it's going to be.
So the retaining wall will be 6 inches above grade, and on top of that, we'll have 42 inches of railing.
Okay. All right, panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The city normally is opposed to what's called a reverse driveway, which is, I think, what you're proposing here with the elevation proposed. Have you had discussions with the Works Department, the Engineering Department, about your proposal?
Sarah?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can now.
Oh.
Did you hear Mr. Nipfel's question? Can't hear you again. Okay, Sarah, I can't hear you. Not really sure what's happened.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm just going to call Sarah in.
Okay, thanks.
Well,
You there?
well, Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, can
you
you
hear me?
just say something else? Okay, I can.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you right now. So did you hear Mr. Nitfel's question?
No.
No, okay.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yep.
The city is normally opposes reverse slope driveways, which is what you've got, what you're proposing. So it raises the question, have you had discussions with the engineering department about this proposal?
With the city engineering department, no, I have not. However, we did follow the 40 Thelma Avenue design, and they did get approved for reversed driveways.
I don't know what she's saying.
Thelma got, this apartment building.
Well, the other issue is, did the way in which the driveway is proposed is really disruptive to the streetscape. It breaks the front yards and it creates a trough into what looks to be a very large garage. Did you look at alternatives that are more in keeping with the existing character of the street?
Yeah, my client wanted this sort of design just so that he can have the ground floor on top of the garage to gain more space.
Okay, I personally don't think that that's consistent with the development on the street, but thank you for the answer.
Can I just ask you, the transportation recommendation, they want you to stay within between 2% and 4% minimum slope. Are you?
No, we're not.
What's
We're
the
at
slope?
15%.
15%, okay. Okay, was that your question?
Yep, I was just going to mention that there's a 2 to 4% minimum driveway slope that they were talking.
Yeah.
So
You're exceeding it, so that may be an issue.
would you be able to, so with that, are you able to proceed with your proposal if transportation's conditions were imposed?
Sarah? Okay, can you call her because the audio just keeps.
Hi, Sarah, you keep muting yourself. Can you hear us?
Sabrina?
That's a good point. I don't have it either.
Can you hear me?
Hello, Sarah, can you hear us?
There it is.
I can hear you.
Yeah, you keep unmuting yourself, so you have to keep whatever on your end not changed. So,
Okay, so I believe the question that Mr. Clay had is that if a condition's imposed for you to achieve a 2 to 4% slope, can you do that?
We can do that, definitely. However, my client wants a much higher slope as he's comparing it to 40 Thelma Avenue, and they have a slope of 8%.
But you're going to 15.
Yes.
But the question, quite point blankly, is if we impose transportation's condition of 2 to 4% slope, will you be able to proceed with your proposal?
For the 15%?
Instead of 15%, because that's what transportation
Instead of
is.
13.
Okay,
Yeah, we can do that, definitely.
so it wouldn't change the variances at all?
Would affect their height, wouldn't it?
I would think so.
It's gonna change other variances,
Right.
yes.
We want to defer.
Okay, would you be open to a deferral to work on making changes? Are
Can
you
you
there?
explain to me how the deferral process works?
Well, the deferral basically If a deferral is granted, you would go back to the drawing board, achieve the slope that transportation's looking for, make the changes to the variances, and come back with the revisions and new plans. And as soon as you get that...
I'd like to proceed with that.
I'm sorry?
I would like to proceed with that.
Okay, so you'd like to do a deferral?
Yes, please.
Okay. So panel members to the deferral then? Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is the best course of action, given the changes that will be necessary to be made. So I'd like to move for a deferral.
Okay.
I'm happy to second, Chair, but we've had some folks who have come in today to share their thoughts on this proposal. I would suggest that the applicant also consult with the folks who have raised some concerns.
Yeah, I totally agree. So the deferral would be to consult with the neighbors who spoke today, in addition to, making the revisions necessary to comply with the 2 to 4% slope that transportation's looking for. So that's moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? That carries unanimously, so the item's been deferred. Item number 24 is 814 Euclid Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 7 photographs of the trees on the property, and correspondence that's expressing concern from number 812, which is adjacent. No opposition speakers on this one. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Again, Bruno Lopez, MXR Engineering, 1649 Center Avenue West, representing the owner.
Hi. Panel members, do you have any questions on this? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There was, in the material that we received, there was an opposition from, I believe it was 812, and I gather they've discussed with you frosting the second floor bedroom window. It also had to do with it being less than normal height, and I don't know what that means. Do you recall that conversation, and are you agreeable to frosting the second floor bedroom window? East facing.
Yes, I remember discussing, and we've been interacting quite seriously with the neighbors just to make sure that the design is pleasant for both the homeowner and the adjacent neighbors. In regards to the window being frosted, it's something that the homeowners, they don't fully oppose, but at the same time, they feel that it's a little bit of oversight because they would understand, like myself, represented other homeowners, when we have balconies, we understand privacy, but going to frosting into windows, I think we're going a little bit overboard, but I'll be open to any committee suggestions.
If I'm not mistaken, the window in question basically doesn't open onto a full room anyway, does it? Isn't it just a little piece of the bedroom? It's not the whole bedroom?
Absolutely. This is a very small mini window. So if people start to be concerned about these, we better change architectural design for good.
Okay, so did you make a commitment to the owner of 812 or not?
We haven't, but again, we leave it on committee's hands in a sense, because the homeowner, they're not fully opposed, but they prefer not, because they feel that they're gonna be enclosed. That's why we have shutters, we have blinds, and we have all sorts of covering windows, right? So
yeah,
if we go all this extent, then it's becoming a little bit too much, I would say.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions, panel members? All right, Mr. Lopez, we don't have any other questions. We're ready to go into committee. Anything you want to add before we go into committee?
No, I'm very comfortable with the application, very straightforward. Again, we did our due diligence like usual, talk to the next door neighbors, try to work with them, and I guess we are in pretty much almost full agreement.
Okay, we're in committee. Mr. Nipfel had his hand up before we got there, so.
Oh, no.
He was ready to go.
I'm in the committee. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to move approval of this application without condition. I agree with the applicant. The frosting is a little bit of overkill. If you notice the location of the window, it's a very small piece that has it's a sitting area in a bedroom, and drapes or blinds or shutters are perfectly suitable ways of screening that. So I don't think we need a condition in the approval. So I'd like to move approval without condition.
One second, Mr. Byatt? Okay.
Thank you.
So motion to approve, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, the next item is item number 25, 178 Barrington Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, an arborist report prepared by Green WHY Landscape Incorporated. We have staff reports from Transportation asking for a condition, Forestry is asking for the refusal on the length variance and or a condition. And I don't have any opposition speakers on this one. Okay, do we have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Mo Chen Xu, and I'm the agent on behalf of the owner at 178 Barrington Avenue.
Okay, good afternoon. Panel members, do you have any questions? Mr. Byatt.
Just a quick one with regard to the driveway. There's no indication on the site plan that I can see that indicates what materials you're going to be using on that driveway. I'd like to put a condition that the driveway be produced out of permeable materials. Are you all right with that?
Yes, we're okay with that.
Thank you.
Mr. Clay?
Yeah, so I think we're probably going to have to spend a little bit of time on the forestry recommendation, which is recommending refusal of your length variance. And maybe you can talk to us a little bit about your reaction to that.
Okay, so in terms of the building length, Urban Forestry is saying that we're going to remove that tree, but actually we're just want to injure a little bit of that tree. So as shown in the site plan, you can find that the foundation, excavation, and construction access will encroach into the tree protection zone by a maximum of 0.6 meters. And the encroach area is 7.2%, which is less than 10% of the tree protection zone area. So the construction impact to the tree on the south side of the proposal is considered minor, and it won't cause severe or fatal damage to that tree. And actually, that tree is located on the neighbor's property, and there's an existing fence around that tree. So during constructions, we will protect that tree by hoardings, and it will not be in fatal damages.
Is that it there you're circling? So it is that tree that we're circling there?
Yeah, that's the one. So we are just going to injure a little bit, just encroach a little bit into the tree protection zone by 0.6 meter maximum during the construction. And it will not adversely affect the tree itself.
Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you. I don't see a justification for the variances relative to building length. Your proposal extends well beyond the properties on, really a great distance beyond the properties on either side. And can you give me some reasons why those length variances are warranted? Because I frankly don't agree with them.
So currently, City of Toronto is expanding, and the accommodation needs are increased over the time. So the additional land provides more floor area, which can be utilized to create extra rooms and catering to a wider range of living needs and preferences. This extension allows for the incorporation of spacious common areas such as a larger living room or dining space, promoting a more comfortable and inviting environment for residents and visitors. And because of the proposed building length and the building depth, we have a front yard setback of 6 meters, which actually we don't need to go that far. Because the adjacent neighbor has a front yard setback of 1.01 on the south side and 3.2 on the north side. If we go to on the average, we can move like the whole building forward, but that will we'll have less front yard area and less front yard soft landscaping. So that's a consideration of bring this whole building to the back.
And this is basically a dwelling unit with a secondary suite. It's not a, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
Sorry, can I clarify? I think what I thought I heard is you were thinking as an alternative to bring your structure forward? I mean,
there's an alternative, but like the building length will still be the same, but the building depths can be reduced.
So what would you like to do? I mean, it's not for us to decide what you want to propose. So what are you wanting to propose?
Because for the current proposal, we would have one more parking space at the front. If we bring all the buildings forward, then we will lose that parking space and lose of some of the soft landscaping. So probably we'll still go with this one. But if we're open to the other solutions, if this one is not acceptable.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, there are no other questions. Is there anything you want to add before we take it into committee to make a decision on this? Or, I mean, if to Mr. Clay's point, if you're looking to make any changes, then, and if it affects the variances, you'd have to defer the item, so it's up to you.
So this is a supplementary question. So if you were to bring it forward, would you still have the same issue with the tree?
No.
But then there'd be a potentially parking variance, right? Okay, is there anything you want to add then? I'm assuming you want to move forward with the application before us, so is there anything? Yes. Okay, is there anything you'd like to add that you want us to know before we make a decision on this?
Because as you can see, like the lot is quite long, and the floor space index is actually within the range of zoning bylaw. So I think by just adding that 3 meters of the building lines will create more space for living. So it's a good for the community. Thank you.
Okay, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Bayat and then Mr. Niffel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one of the challenges, I suppose, is it is a very deep lot. So the length may not, we may not have an issue from the perspective that they're utilizing the depth of the lot itself. Relative to the properties on either side, it definitely would be somewhat longer, but it's a question of when those properties have some change. I'm not too concerned about the depth of the property as such. The only adverse pieces I can see are the rear balcony, or it's a deck that requires some privacy screening on, I believe it's the west and east sides. The driveway would be another issue of making sure that it's produced out of permeable material, but I don't have an issue with the depth. I'm not sure what Mr. Clay and Mr. Niffel.
No, it's an interesting point. So can I just go back out of committee chair for 1 second and ask the agent, have you, because usually length is something that gets the attention of your adjacent neighbors. Have you discussed this proposal with both of the neighbors on either side, on 180 and 176?
The owner actually talked to the neighbors, and they actually don't have any comments with regard to the proposed length.
Okay, thank you.
Carl?
I'm going to be unable to support the application. I think I think we have to look at context, and contextually, this project does not fit into the community. It's far back at the front yard from the adjacent neighbors, and it extends well past into the backyard, past again the adjacent neighbors. I think in any other location, we would find this offensive. I'm not saying it's offensive, but I clearly don't think it's good planning. I will not be able to support the application.
Okay.
Do you want me to say something?
Sure.
I initially was concerned about the length and the depth, but I am looking around the neighborhood, and this is a neighborhood that is characterized by high-rise apartments, and even on the street on this side there is a rather large 3-story walk-up. So it's it's an eclectic street with an eclectic architecture. I'm sort of the view that the lots are very deep, and even though this is an unusually large or long proposal, the fact that both adjacent neighbors appear to be okay, or at least have not expressed any concern in opposition, gives me a little bit of comfort on this application. So I would make the note to the agent that you just might want to look at all the alternatives before you're in front of us, and it puts us in a tough spot when we talk about different ways of looking at the proposal. So, but I think in general I can support this one.
Okay. Is that a motion?
Sure. I'll move a motion. Again, I did want to make the note that Forestry did initially suggest refusing it, but they do have conditions in place in the event that we approve it. And I think the fact that the tree is on the adjacent property and can be appropriately fenced off and protected, I think will speak to its survival. So I will. Is there a forestry condition outside of the refusal?
Yeah, no, just, on the report, the report, Jay, the 19th. I think it's the second one, forestry report number 2.
Oh, right. This one. If despite forestry, the committee adjustment approves, urban forestry requests minor variance be subject to the following conditions. So there are conditions, forestry conditions. And there is a transportation condition.
And then the 2 conditions Mr. Bayat, I think, wanted the deck screening on both sides and permeable pavers on the driveway.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Do we have a seconder for that motion, Mr. Bayat? So the motion is to approve the application with the conditions that we just outlined. Moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? That carries, and Mr. Nipfel dissents. Okay. Okay, so the application's approved. Next item is item number 26, which is 59 Harvard Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have 2 variances before us and no opposition speakers and no other correspondence. Do we have the agent on the line?
Yes, Andrew Trotter, 81 St. Clarence Avenue.
Okay, panel members, any questions for Mr. Trotter? Nope. Okay, Mr. Trotter, we're ready to take it into committee to make a decision on this one. Anything you want to add that's not in the material before us?
Not unless you have any questions, no.
New questions. All right, we're in committee, panel members. Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very straightforward application. Two variances before us, and both are very minor. So I'd like to move approval of this application without any conditions.
Okay, Mr. Clay seconds, so motion to approve moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 27, 1474 Danforth Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised zoning notice, 3 photographs of the property, and we have email correspondence from Heritage Planning, and they don't have any concerns. And I do have speakers listed. Do we have them?
Through you, Madam Chair, we have one of the 2 registered speakers on standby.
Is that the second one?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do I have the agent on the line?
Hello, Madam Chair. This is Ozran Stambuk. I'm at 15 Moreland Road.
All right, sir. We do have an opposition speaker. Can you do a presentation no more than 5 minutes, please?
Yes, absolutely. It will be a lot shorter than that because a lot of these variances arise out of existing conditions. Pretty much all of them, actually. I don't know if there's much point to going over each of them individually.
No,
but
can you maybe,
it's-
which one is not an existing condition then?
Well, okay, let me just pull up the notice right here in front of me so I can tell you exactly. So, I mean, which one is not an existing condition? I'm looking at this in front of me here, and it's really anything we would have done anytime if we would have added any kind of addition where we're introducing a dwelling unit to this property, it would have provoked these kind of variances. But everything here is basically being provoked by the fact that we are adding a dwelling unit to this property by building on the back of this. As you can see here on the site plan, in the diagonal region, we're building a new second-story addition. And also on the site plan in front of you, you can see a little bit to the left, it says the existing one-story portion of building to remain, and there's a clouded 0.88 meters. That is actually an example of, and I'm not sure why, I would defer to the zoning examiners for this, but that is an example of an existing wall where the variance has been pulled out, even though it's an existing wall, it's an existing condition, and we're just renovating, I guess, the front unit to make it different. We're also introducing a terrace but it's not subject to a variance. We're introducing a terrace to the front and to the back because there is 0 outdoor area here. And that is actually why we have this bicycle and parking variance as well. So I'm very curious to hear the opposition and to respectfully listen to their grievances, because I'm not sure what else we could have done here if we wanted to introduce a second unit. And if you were to refuse this application, that's essentially what you're telling us, is that we cannot improve this property, and that's what the opposition maybe wants to tell us. But this is, we're doing something quite reasonable, as in we're introducing this addition in the back, and the terraces are not subject to variances, and neither should they be, because there is 0 amenity space here that we're dealing with. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but in my opinion, these are mostly existing conditions that we are provoking through the addition of that second-story unit.
Okay, I'm going to go to the opposition then, and we'll have you back after that.
Okay.
Rebecca Gerritsen, you've been unmuted.
Byron, I'm representing Rebecca Gerritsen at 1472 Danforth Avenue.
Hi, are you John Smart? Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
No, my name's Byron.
Okay.
I'm Rebecca's partner.
Oh, what's your last name?
Rouse, R-O-U-S-E.
Okay. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes starting now.
Yeah, so our concerns are essentially that the plans that are put forward look like they take up the entire width of the space for most of the length of the building, which means that there's a balcony that is completely adjacent, and also there appears to be no other means of egress from the units that they're proposing to the street that isn't through Ms. Gerritsen's property, which means that if Ms. Gerritsen, although she doesn't have any plans currently, in the future, if she wanted to build up, she would have to in some way account for that, which seems that it would devalue her property. So those are our main issues with the plan as it stands right now. We certainly have no issue with adding another apartment on the top floor and building up there. We just think that there should be, at least I can't see on the plans that I see in front of me, any other way of leaving the space in case of a fire that isn't through Ms. Gerritsen's property, which we have an issue with. There's one other thing I'd like to add as well. Ms. Gerritsen has a sign on her property, and we just want to make sure that the balcony and or the stairwell going up to the balcony doesn't block that sign at all.
Okay. Panel members, any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you, sir. Well, let's see if the agent can answer those questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I'm not sure what that means, and maybe you can ask this of the opposition. What does it mean that we're accessing the other property as a means of egress? That I don't understand that for a second.
Okay, before I ask him that, can you just speak to the sign?
Yeah, so the sign, that I believe is a private matter that relates to construction, but that sign is something that's visible from the street. It's an advertisement, like various ads go on to that sign. And yeah, this is great where you zoomed in. So in the property to the left, it's kind of in the bottom left corner of that front wall. Our new enclosed stairway will not block that sign at all. That's certain. But just a note, we wouldn't have a variance if we were building a third story, and that third story would certainly block that sign. But we will be in full right to build a third story. In fact, we have a variance saying that we have to have 3 stories and we have 2. So that sign is kind of subject to what zoning allows, which is, and you can see many times in that neighborhood, in the neighborhood, you see many 3-story buildings. And if it was 3-story here, it would block the sign. And if we proposed a higher height than 8.84 meters, and again, 10.5 meters is allowed, again, we would way block that sign. So this is a really favorable condition, what is happening here on these plans for the opposition next door. But the sign really is a private matter in a sense that I don't think it relates to the variances, and it has to do with the company that installed it there and where they installed it. I'm sure they are aware that properties can develop and those developments can block signs, right? I don't think sign blockage is a standard for development. So that's what I'll say to that. But also, just quickly to respond in anticipation of any response in terms of egress, egress will not be through any other properties in case of fire, in case of anything. I mean, I can't really understand that, but it definitely will not. It will be at the front and the back of the building on this property.
Okay, what is it you wanted clarification again on from the last speaker?
Because they said that egress is through their property.
Okay, all right, can you, is it Bart? Yeah. Is he still on? Hi, Bart?
Hi.
Hi.
It's Byron.
Byron, sorry. I misunderstood you when you said your name. So can you just did you hear what the agent wants you to clarify, the piece you were talking about?
Yes. So our biggest problem is that the balcony that they have, the small balcony, if you can see the plans in the addition, goes right onto Rebecca's property. If there's a fire or whatnot, then how would they leave the property without going through a window that then leads to Rebecca's property? That's what or a balcony that goes to them. And also, if Rebecca wants to build up and wants to go to the edge of her property line, then that balcony would then just be enclosed. So I'm not sure if that's a factor in what we're looking at right now, but
it's just a concern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just wondering what and in terms of the sign, blocking the sign does change the resale value of the home. I know it's possible to go 3 stories, but it should be something that we note and we say is a concern.
Yeah, just understand that this committee does not have jurisdiction over anything like that. We only deal with variances, so we don't have jurisdiction over, construction issues, et cetera, and what you've raised now. It's something you have to work out with them.
Okay, these are just questions and concerns. Main concern is that they're using the shared wall, building a balcony that faces my deck, and it's a shared wall. So if I want to build up, I'm going to essentially be blocking in that balcony. I was also concerned, because I don't know construction, that usually windows in bedrooms mean that that's an exit in case of emergency for the tenant. And their only exit I see on those drawings is them getting out and going onto my roof. I'm just bringing it up, just wondering, because I don't know. So it wasn't
a fair enough.
It's a question.
I'm going to.
So if I can't build up because of that balcony in the future, or it affects my resale value, it's a concern.
No, understood, and just wanted clarification so that the agent can answer your question about, people potentially having to step on your property. So I'm going to go back. Yeah.
That's all. Thank you.
That's it. Okay. Mr. Sandbuck?
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification to you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that clarification. So of your concerns, and now I understand your concerns, and I will say first that I think the opposition, the concerned parties are perhaps, or the neighbors are perhaps misreading the plans, because there would be no egress over the other property, and it's not a living space on the top floor. Furthermore, it wouldn't preclude being able to build a 3rd-story addition on their property at any point. That wouldn't make a difference for egress, certainly. So I think there's a little bit of misreading going on here, and I can assure you that if it alleviates any concerns, that it wouldn't preclude building a 3rd story on the adjacent property.
Okay, panel members, Mr. Clay.
Just one last question. It's more of a clarification than anything. You raised, I noticed it when I reviewed this initially, I was struck by variance number 4, where there's a requirement that structures must have 3 stories. Is this something that's unique to Danforth? Do you know what Because that seems unusual to me.
It's a streetscape issue, I
Is it a street?
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is a unique, the first time I've encountered that requirement, but it has to do with an exception in that particular zone of the Danforth. And I guess it's intended to create a kind of a streetscape or to create the possibility for more dwelling units perhaps, but it is also for me the first time I have seen a variance like that.
So my colleague's saying that it's designed to, it's facade, it's designed to create a new kind of streetscape for the Danforth, because it's been criticized as being 1- and 2-story dwellings pretty much all the way along. It's the first time I've seen it, so that's why I'm asking. I hadn't, nor had I encountered this particular variance.
Okay. Are there any other questions, panel members? If not, let's take it into committee for a decision. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think the proposal that we have before us is very supportable. It's a very sophisticated way to introduce some additional density and in a way that doesn't, as the applicant indicated, create serious difficulties for anybody around it. I'm afraid I do not understand the concern with people escaping the front terrace over the adjacent property. I don't get that. I don't think that would happen. There is a stairway that takes you down to ground. Presumably, if there was an emergency, the people would use the stairway, as would the people inside the building. The only other thing that I think is interesting and we should perhaps address in our decision is there is, if you look at both the side elevation and in particular the, let me see, it's the north elevation, there's a rather nice way in which the second floor terrace is being shielded from the properties to the north. The wall is extended up, and as you can see on this drawing, the wall itself provides the buffer. I think that's ultimately a commendable way of providing screening. I think subject to that screening, this application should be approved, and I'd like to move approval. And as I say, I would make it subject to screening as on drawing number A203.
Okay, so that motion is moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Clay, with the condition for screening. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, item number 28, 100 Chelsea Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. One photograph of trees on the property. We have forestry asking for condition number 2. We have correspondence in support from 102, which is adjacent, as well as 106, 108, and 110 Chelsea. And we have support from 104 also. Correspondence expressing in concern from 96. I don't show any opposition speakers. Do we have the agent on the line?
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Daniel Osal. I'm the owner's agent for the requested minor variances.
Okay, good afternoon. Panel members, we have 2 variances before us. Any questions for the agent? All right, Mr. Lucao, we don't have any questions for you. We're ready to make a decision on this. Anything you want to add before we go into committee?
No, unless you have any questions.
Nope, we don't. So we're in committee, panel members. Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is a really simple application. The variances are only 2, and they're very minor. What is proposed is completely consistent with the built fabric in the area. I'd like to move approval subject to forestry condition number 2.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Bayat, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 29, 496 Atlas Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a marked up zoning notice from the agent, a photograph of trees, a covering letter from the agent, previous decision affecting the property, copy of the application form for parking on residential front yards and boulevards. We have an order to comply as well as a stop work order on this one. We have 3 variances before us. I don't show any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, hello, it's Robert Stubbs speaking.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Let me see if there's any questions for you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nipfel and then Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can you clarify, this is a request to legalize and maintain work that's been undertaken without a permit. Does that apply to the entire?
No, that is incorrect.
Okay.
There was a previously issued building permit. The resubmission is due to errors in construction resulting in the width and length of the 2-story house under construction now did not conform with the previously approved building permit drawings. That's why I'm requesting the minor variances.
Okay.
I just have in my notes, you had a previous approval for .92 FSI? Is that the only one that was?
Yes, that's correct, and I'm asking for .93.
Right, so you're asking for .01 more than you were approved for, right?
That's correct.
And with the other 2 variances, are they also different from what you had previously gotten
Yes,
approved?
slightly. The building length is 17.28 meter as opposed to the 17 meter allowable, and the south side yard at 1.17 meter instead of the 1.2 meter allowable.
Right, but did you get approval for any variance for those 2 before, or was it just the FSI?
Previously, yes, on the first application I did.
So what was the length then for the original one that was approved?
It was 17 meter.
Okay, and then for the other one was?
Side yard?
Yeah.
Was 1.2.
Oh, so you were actually in compliance, so you didn't need variances for the original approval?
For the original one, no.
Okay. All right. So those are the 3 you need because it was constructed wrong.
So to Carl's point,
Correct.
what caused the error?
It was caused by the concrete contractor poured the footings too long and apparently slightly too wide.
Well, did he have a wrong ruler with him or something, or what happened?
Well, I'm sorry, I wasn't there. No, I apologize for that, but I wasn't there at the time. The building inspector picked it up.
Well, for sure he did. That's why you're here now, but.
Correct, correct.
Okay, any more questions, panel members? Okay, there don't appear to be any questions, further questions. Anything that you feel we need to know before we go into committee to make a decision on this?
No, I think everything's covered pretty much.
All right, we're in committee, panel members. Mr. Baya.
Thank you. I think I had a similar question to Mr. Nipfel earlier, but thanks to the agent for the explanation. Yeah, measuring is an important element. I think as the variances that are before us, they are indeed very minor. So I think I'd like to move for approval. I don't believe there are any other conditions.
I'm guessing that Mr. Nipfel would like it in the notes that the committee doesn't condone these types of mistakes.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Mr. Bayat moves approval with that note. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Nipfel, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 30, 2998 Dundas Street West. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 15 photographs of trees on the property, a previous decision affecting the property, and forestry is asking for condition number 2. No opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee. I'm Ken Tai from Tai Architect. My address is 12 Rosemount Avenue, Markham.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. Panel members, we have two variances before us. Any questions for the agent? Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. So you received a decision from the committee in March.
Correct.
To approve. So tell us a little bit what's changed here now?
The clients find out that they actually need a little bit more on the backyard for the patio. So we actually reduced the setback from the residential zone to 10 meters. And so that's why we increased the patio area. To accommodate, we actually propose some coverage, canopy, serve for two purposes. One is for shading and also blocking the sound. Make sure we don't interfere with all the residential area. And that's actually like a garage, a wall of garage. So we're way far away from the actual house, from our neighbor. Yeah.
So you got a variance for a 16-meter setback, and you're now seeking a 10-meter setback. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you're
Correct.
adding 6 meters, roughly 20 feet, to the back patio?
Correct.
You talked about noise screen. You're starting to get pretty close to those residences in behind you. What sort of treatment are you proposing to put in place to attenuate some of the noise?
Well, we have high fence. First is block off from the rear, so and the patios, and also we proposing some cover canopy porch. Which is to make sure the sound doesn't go over.
Mr. Niffel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There are normally, we had this at the last hearing that I attended. There are normally city requirements for outdoor patios with regard to noise, hours of operation, and so forth. And when I look into your previous decision, it doesn't look as though those conditions were added to this site. Am I correct?
There's no concern about. We just more like a proactive design. Make sure that because we're pushing a little bit further more, we just consider that probably one of the alternate option or solutions if that is actually create any noise to the neighbor.
But it's a patio for outdoor dining, and to Mr. Clay's point, there could be a considerable amount of noise just based on the number of people using the patio, but also you could have piped-in music, you could have amplifiers, you could be open really late at night. I'm aware that the city normally places conditions on those components of a patio, and I'm loath to try and invent them here, but I do think we need some restrictions on your hours of operation, how long you can have the patio without having to come back to committee, and any of the noise problems that might be the result of this patio.
Mr. Niffel, we could consider conditions that no amplified noise or music after 11 at night.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know if you want to put a time frame on it. What are the operations now, Mr. Tai? Do you know the hours of operation?
I don't know, sorry.
I think it's a restaurant, not a bar, Chair. That's the only observation I would make.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
It's unlikely to be as noisy.
Yeah. So I'm not too sure we want to put restrictions on
hours,
on
but
hours.
maybe on the music, because
Yeah.
you do
Yeah.
play a lot of music in pretty much any.
I think that's a good suggestion, yeah.
And then I'm not sure, Mr. Niffel, about time frame for operation, if you want anything.
Again, I'm trying to, hearkening back to something that Larry said earlier in the meeting, we're trying to be consistent. And you'll recall, because you were in the same hearing, we had this
2
exact
years,
same issue
I
2
think
weeks
we
ago.
did 2 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to put that restriction on so we can revisit it and see if there has been a problem.
Okay.
A provision for it.
The variance, yeah, the
variance
variance only expires in 2 years, yeah. And the only reason is to determine, you know, we're not good at seeing the future, but if there's been a problem, we'd know in 2 years and we would address it differently.
I would agree, particularly given that the setback requirement is 30 meters and now they're 10, which is a significant intrusion into the setback on a residential area. So I think that makes sense.
Okay.
I mean, just add, I think there was just probably about 2 hearings ago, there was a similar issue with the restaurant out in the West End. Same sort of issue.
Yeah.
And, so we did put in some constraints on.
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember 2 years and we had no amplified music, I think after 11, and was there one more condition? Did we have operations times on that one? I can't remember.
There was no amplification, no loud music, no amplification of music. There was a time limit on the variance.
That was 2 years.
And there was a time limit on the hours of operation.
Yeah, that's what I can't remember. It may have been to 11, so we can just put it to 11, I guess, if you want to put hours of operation on.
I'm with Larry on this one, in that it's a restaurant and not a bar. I don't think that's going to be as big an issue here.
Okay.
But I do think the amplified music and the length of variance makes sense.
Okay.
Having said that, I don't really have any problem with the application itself, other than I think it needs to have those restrictions, and I would tie it to the plans as well.
And there should be no music outside like after 11 either, because that's, so can we do that as just all as one, like no amplified music indoor and then no music at all outside after 11? Because that's mainly what's gonna go to the neighbors, right? Okay, so you guys good with that?
Yeah.
I thought I heard Carl make a motion.
All right, Carl.
I'll move approval of the application. I would recommend that the approval be tied to development in accordance with the site plan that we have before us, with no music on the patio, no amplified music on the patio after 11 o'clock. The variance extends for 2 years. What else did I miss?
I think that's it, but I think we don't want music at all after 11 on the patio.
Yeah, okay.
And then no amplified music inside for after 11.
Well said, I like that, yes. That's,
Okay, and forestry number 2.
yes.
Okay, so that's the motion with those conditions, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Let's do the final item in this time slot is item 31, which is 130 Bloor Street West. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of the subject property, a number of decisions affecting this property, correspondence from the agent, as well as presentation materials from the agent. We have Heritage doesn't have any concerns, and we have a staff report from TTC. Let's see, they have conditions. Okay, so they're asking for conditions. I don't have any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Hi, this is Gary Chang from Sandbox Design Management, representing Property Management BGO for 130 Bloor Street West.
Okay, you're speaking on behalf of the owner, because I do have them listed here.
That is correct.
Okay. Well, we have one variance before us, and let me see if there are any questions. I think it's pretty straightforward. It's a code requirement, I believe.
Yes, for the ramp slope is a building code requirement, but the zoning has a different slope requirement.
Are you there? There's a lot of cracking, and I'm not sure if I lost you.
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Let me see if the panel has any questions. Okay, we don't have any questions. We're ready to make a decision on it. We've read all the materials. Is there anything you want to add before we go into committee?
Nothing in particular, just that we are still trying to abide by the Ontario Building Code for what we're trying to do in terms of application. It's just that the zoning requirements are exceeding the requirements there, and we just want to bring that in line for these two specific tenant units for any future tenants when they're applying for an interior fit-up permit that is not flagged.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, let's take it into committee. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This might very well be the smallest variance I've ever seen. I've no difficulty. I don't know that anyone would even notice if it was approved or not approved. So, but I would like to move approval without any conditions.
All right, seconder, Mr. Clay. All right, motion to approve, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to take 10-minute break till 4:10, and then the next item is item number 32, which is 73 Walmsley Boulevard.
Pardon? It's the entrance to Gucci's.
No, the amount of money.
Oh, unbelievable. Yeah.
Yeah, the lawyers, planners.
And if you zero in on it, you would not notice if it was changed. It's a slope like this. Going into the Gucci.
So,
Oh, I didn't put TDC in. I didn't add the TTC.
TTC wanted a
condition.
technical review.
Oh. Did they? I didn't add that. I'm sorry. No, couldn't. I missed it. Sorry. My mistake.
Both of us, but I actually mentioned it.
Yeah. Do we need to go back?
Quite frankly, I can't imagine the
TDC.
There's a subway there.
It's like the ramp is increasing.
I actually went in and looked at it 3 times because I thought I was making a mistake. Surely this can't be it.
That probably cost them like $25,000.
Oh, God, yeah.
This comes down to houses, not to question.
Yeah, no, I guess so. I'm sure a liability, someone would trip and then, you know, someone would be held liable.
And it's a very high-end store.
Yeah.
Nancy, the noise you hear is when I hit this cord down here. It's me. Do you want anything from downstairs?
No, thank you, Carl.
Hello. Hi there. How are you guys doing? How are you enjoying it so far?
observation, Sabrina. Anita used to make sure we had cookies in the afternoon. We had cookies in the afternoon when Anita was manager. I'm just making an observation, not being judgmental or anything. Oh, did you, so parking, not that, I wouldn't mind normally, but it's $30 now. I think it's pretty expensive. No, I haven't seen anything. Is there forms to fill out? Okay, that'd be great, thanks. It used to be 20 and I never really cared that much, but it's now stuck. It's sneaking up a little bit, huh? Well, the cafe's not open in the afternoon.
No. Close at 4 o'clock. I should have remembered that from when I worked here.
We just missed it, literally.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I was reminding Sabrina that Anita used to make sure we had cookies in the afternoon.
Yeah, she did, because we complained about it a lot, remember? So Sabrina's gonna learn how to cook cookies. I guess we could all chip in and buy Sabrina a cookbook for cookies, yeah.
When I was finishing up the problems that had gotten so bad, we literally were banned. We were not allowed to order coffee in for external meetings.
Why?
It cost saving. It was just the perception of civil servants and public servants getting something free.
That's
It was nuts. It was. It was. I imagine the city's probably the same way.
probably is. I used to go out and buy stuff from places that I like for if it was a meeting and I knew it was going to take a while. And they were, people you're meeting with, I would go buy something and bring it in. I have trouble when I bring it into the city hall because they didn't make it.
Oh, because the union thing.
Yeah, yeah.
So your interview's not until mid-September?
Yeah.
So you all had time to think about that one question?
It was due. They only gave people the weekend to do it, so it was due.
Oh, you only
It was due. What's today? Wednesday? Yesterday.
And you don't go in and give the answer verbally, right? You have to do it as a written reply.
When they kind of picked the one that you sat on the panel, of course you're going to say we did it fabulous.
Yep. Anybody could call anybody in that time and have somebody else draft the answer too, right? There's lots of options.
Yeah.
I know that's not something you would even consider, but I just.
How does that inform the interview, though? What are they hoping to get from that they wouldn't get from an interview?
Maybe it's too much time gets used up if people give elaborate answers in the interview.
Or maybe it teases out, biases that some people might have, right? I mean,
Maybe.
if you have a bias one way or another, you might answer it.
I think
that way.
the restaurant, I think it
Because to get an interview,
kitchen.
baseline of understanding.
Exactly what the back. Yes, that's why I was trying to find it and couldn't remember what it was called.
In which case,
You have to spend time on qualifications.
Okay, the next item is item 32, which is 73 Walmsley Boulevard. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the property, 1 photograph of the rear of the dwelling, an arborist report prepared by Cohen and Master Tree and Shrub Services Limited, as well as a tree protection plan prepared by them, 4 form letters in support from 77 and 69 Walmsley, as well as 71 and 75, which are both adjacent neighbors. And I don't show any opposition speakers. Do we have the agent on the line? You're here. Okey doke. If I can just get you to state your name for the record, and then I'll see if there's any questions.
My name's Trevor Keir from 510 Jarvis Street. I'm the agent for the owners.
You've been waiting a while. So anyway, panel members, do you have any questions? We have 1 variance before us. No?
No.
Okay, no questions. We're ready to make a decision on this. Anything you'd like to add before we go into committee?
No, not really. It's also like the last one, very small. And I guess I'll just say there were 51 examples of an FSI over 0.801 in the last 10 years within 2 blocks. So I think it's very much in keeping, and it passes the 4 tests.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, let's take it into committee for a decision. Mr. Clay.
Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. It is a fairly straightforward application, and the variance, as you pointed out, is really quite minor and not at all out of keeping with the surrounding neighborhood. So it's a small, is it a mudroom?
It'll be part of a living room.
Part of the living room? Just a small addition. So I think it's a straightforward application. I'll move approval with no conditions.
Did you want to second, Mr. Bayat? Or
Yes, certainly.
You had your hand up too. Okay, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Now, item number 33, I believe we want a deferral, but let me just read through the material. So that's not 36 McPherson Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, previous decisions by Committee of Adjustment as well as T-Lab regarding this property. We received presentation materials in our supplemental agenda from the agent. We have email correspondence from Transportation asking for refusal. We have Forestry asking for condition number 1. And we have form letters in support, 31 of them from residents on McPherson, correspondence expressing concern from 38 McPherson, and then we have opposition from 63, 111, 60, 48, 56, 118, 98, 52, 121, 54, 96, 62, 59, 102, 20, and 18 McPherson, as well as 1 person who did not provide an address, and also we have opposition from the ABC Residents Association. Okay, I have 3 speakers listed. Do we have them all? Okay, do you have the agent on the line? Hello?
Good afternoon. Panel members, members of the committee. My name is Stephanie Matviva, agent for the applicant.
Okay, are you asking for a deferral?
I am.
Why?
The opportunity to further discuss the application with transportation staff in hopes that we can come back with an application that is completely supported.
Okay, well, I do have 3 people that are in opposition, so I'd like to go to them first, and I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Hi,
David, you've been unmuted.
hi, Mr. Mordini.
Yes, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. You're at 52 McPherson? You've been listening, I assume. We're only dealing with the deferral request that's been put forward by the agent. Are you in support of a deferral?
So I'm not, because as you know, this has been already to the committee once. It's been to an appeal process as well. So I think that the proceedings should be explained to those who are not familiar why this is even in front of the committee for a second time. If there hasn't been a significant, it's not as though I'm confused. It seems as though it's pretty much the same application that occurred the first time. Could you maybe explain the process, how it is that an individual could be told by the committee, right, and now it's getting put forth a second time?
Well, it's a democratic process. Anybody can file an application at any point in time, whether or not it's similar. Regardless, they can put forward an application. Anybody can. So that's sort of the way the process in the democracy works with respect to applications. But I'm just dealing with the deferral right now, and I don't know if the committee will grant a deferral, but you're not in favor of a deferral.
Yeah, I'm not in favor.
Okay. So I'm going to go to the next speaker then.
Andrew, you have been unmuted.
Hello, I've been unmuted. I trust you can hear me.
Yeah, Mr. Biggert, I understand you're speaking on behalf of the ABC Residents Association. I'm only dealing with the deferral request right now. Are you in favor of a deferral?
Strongly opposed to a deferral. I think it's late in the day. No real reason's been given for the deferral. I just learned of this now after waiting for an hour to speak to the committee on this matter. I won't get into the details other than say I strongly object to a deferral.
Okay, understood. If we can go to the final speaker.
Karen, you have been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
I can, if I can just have your name and address, and then I'm only dealing with the deferral request right now.
Correct. My name is Karen Gorsline. I'm at 118 McPherson Avenue. I'm strongly opposed to the deferral.
Okay.
Very strongly opposed.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, panel members, we have a deferral request before us. And the reason stated, I think you all heard it, was to work with transportation to come up with something that complies. So to the deferral.
Do you want? I'm happy to start. I'm actually sympathetic to the residents on this one. This is, like last minute request for a deferral when I think the applicant could have had lots of time to have discussions with transportation on this file. This is one which has been refused at this committee. It was refused at TLAB. I mean, if the proponent wants to proceed, then and if we choose to refuse it again, then they can certainly mount a fresh application. I don't really think it's fair to this committee nor the residents who have not only written in, but as pointed out, spent some time waiting today to speak to this item. So I'm not in favor of a deferral, Chair.
Is that a motion?
Sure, I will move a motion to refuse the deferral request.
Okay, is that seconded by Mr. Nipfel? Okay, so motion to defer has been moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. To refuse the deferral, rather. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. All right, back to you, Ms. Matviva. The committee is refusing your deferral request, so we'll proceed with hearing this item. So I need you to do a presentation, no more than 5 minutes, and then we'll go to the opposition speakers. Okay, the clock will start when you start speaking.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, members of the committee, Madam Chair. So again, my name is Stephanie Matviva. I'm the registered agent for the owner. Before us today is an application for a partial front yard carport. So just for clarity, This is not the same application that was before the committee previously. There have been modifications made to further enhance and improve the application, as well as to address the concerns that were heard by the committee, as well as at the TLAB hearing previously. So just in terms of the application itself, it is for a partial front yard carport that has been appropriately situated in the front yard of the proposed dwelling. There is an EV charging station that is to be located underneath the front porch. The front porch itself is an existing feature that is to remain intact. Now, to facilitate this proposed carport, one variance is triggered, which is to recognize an existing encroachment of the front yard porch. I would highlight that conversations have been had with members of the community as well as city planning. We do have complete support of city planning, and as indicated by members of the committee, a number of neighboring residents are in support. I do understand there are concerns raised by local community members. This is evidenced by the large number of letters of objection, as well as the letter of objection by the Residents Association. I would also just highlight, I believe there's a mischaracterization of what the proposal is seeking. So the proposal is seeking this partial front yard carport. A curb cut is required to facilitate this proposal. The reason for the initial deferral request was to provide an opportunity for further conversations with transportation staff. This application is one of many in a formal approval process, so there will be further permits required, and we wish to have those further permits run their full course and receive the appropriate feedback. I'm happy to answer any questions that there may be. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to the opposition first, and then I'll have you back. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
David, you've been unmuted.
Yes, thank you. So I live on MacPherson Avenue with my wife and my 4-year-old daughter. We've been here for 7 years now. Over those years, we have adjusted the challenges of living without parking on this street. When we purchased the house, similar to 36 MacPherson, we did not have parking, and we knew the type of house that we were buying did not check that box. Living on this street comes with quite a number of benefits, such as the walkability to Yonge Street. However, parking is not one of them. Along with myself and the majority of the houses located on the north side of this street. By granting a parking spot to 36 MacPherson, the committee would be prioritizing the convenience of parking to a single household at the detriment to the other cars who park on the street. By denying this application, you would be allowing this spot to be used by all residents of MacPherson, their guests, their service vehicle, and patrons of the Yonge Street businesses, who are also being affected right now by the bike lanes, and therefore parking on the outside streets off of Yonge Street are important. I think it's very important to consider the math associated with this. A public spot being removed is not a one-for-one deal. When you cut a curb and remove a single parking spot, that affects a large number of people who can use the spot at any time. When a driveway is not used by its owner, it becomes unusable by the public. I would like to also point out the City of Toronto, along with Toronto Hydro, launched an on-street electric vehicle charging station pilot project in November 2020. I understand this project has been very successful. However, by eliminating a parking spot right now on MacPherson would limit the effectiveness of this City of Toronto initiative and the ability to have that same initiative on MacPherson Avenue. If the city is making e-vehicle charging stations a priority, I think it would best serve the public with this service as opposed to a private charging station on an individual's driveway. I'm urging the committee to consider the big picture and greater good to all residents by denying this application in its second variation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, we don't have any questions. Thank you very much. If I could have the next speaker, please.
Andrew, you have been unmuted.
Thank you very much. So, as you'll see in the record, my name is Andrew Biggert. I'm the lawyer representing ABC Residents Association. I'm also the lawyer that represented ABC with the city at the TLAB hearing, in which the issue of whether or not a parking spot on the subject property is appropriate. And the TLAB found that it was not and did not meet the 4 tests. I note that the applicant's agent did not even address the 4 tests this afternoon when asked to make a presentation before you. So I will. First off is that this proposed development does not maintain the general intended purpose of the official plan. The area in question is a neighborhood, and we all know that the Toronto official plan states the development in neighborhoods will respect and reinforce the existing character of the neighborhood, including the prevailing streetscape and open space patterns. This was addressed in the TLAB decision and found that having curb cuts, reduction of parking on the street, and the potential danger for having vehicles coming out onto a sidewalk that people are not used to having vehicles drive across is not in keeping with the general intended purpose of the official plan for maintaining the character of the neighborhood. So it fails that first test. Second test. A parking pad is not permitted in the subject area. Zoning doesn't permit it. And in fact, as I'm sure the committee is aware, Toronto has passed in its municipal code, chapter 918-5, part 3, does not issue parking pad licenses. And so to even try and implement this minor variance would be impossible at the city because it would be illegal for the person to park there. So that certainly could not be in keeping with the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw if we know that the city will not even issue a permit to have off-street parking on the front yard. Moving towards whether or not it's minor, it is not minor. It will have significant impacts if this proposed parking pad is placed on the street. It will set a bad precedent in the neighborhood. This is a neighborhood that has for generations operated well with parking on the street. There are parking permits issued for street parking, and removing the parking spot, as the speaker before me indicated, will result in the loss of the ability for some to be able to park on the street. That is not how this community nor this neighborhood operates. Lastly, it is not desirable for the appropriate development of this site. The entire neighborhood, almost all, I can't say all, but almost all, do not have parking either by way of attached garage or detached garage. There is simply hardly any parking on the neighborhood street. The vast majority of occupants in this residential area park on the street. And to add parking on the front is not appropriate for the development of this particular site, which is a lovely home located in a desirable area of the city of Toronto. So with those submissions to you, I submit, and especially given this committee's previous decision, and in this case, the determination made by TLAB at the hearing at which I attended on behalf of ABC, I think it is, if I may say, plain and obvious that this does not pass the 4 test. This application should be refused. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have of me.
Mr. Clay has a question for you.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not sure if you're the right person to answer this or not, but I just wanted to confirm McPherson is one of those streets where half the year you park on one side and half the year you park on the other side. Is that the way it works on McPherson?
You are correct, sir. It is 5 months on one side and 7 months on the other side.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Biggert. If I could have the final speaker.
Karen,
can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
I can. I just
Hello?
need you to state your name and address, and then you have 5 minutes.
Okay, my name is Karen Gorsline. I'm at 118 McPherson Avenue. My husband and I have lived on McPherson since 1975, and we rely solely on street permit parking. Our lot is approximately 5.5 feet wide, and it contains a large city tree with a canopy that spans us plus 2 townhouses on either side. Plus, we have a sidewalk and landscaping. It's quite clear that we could not have a parking pad and have a tree on that particular site. And that would be true of the townhouses on either side of us. I say that because of this character of the neighborhood, but also the city emphasis on trees. I'd like to note 2 things. One is that has already been raised, and that is of the TLAB decision. And it was a request for an integral garage with a similar impact. While it was not precisely the same, the overall impact was the same. And the second thing is that contrary to the information in the application, there is legal street permit parking existing at the front of this property currently, and there is no curb cut and no driveway exists. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. I do respectfully request that you deny the applicant's proposal and variance request. It's not minor. The general intent and purpose of the city's zoning code and bylaws are not maintained. It facilitates use that is not permitted. It is also not a desirable or appropriate development. It was substantially denied in a previous committee adjustment and TLAB decision. The general intent and purpose of the official plan are not maintained, does not respect and reinforce the existing physical character of the neighborhood, including prevailing streetscape and open space patterns. It's not consistent with SASP 211, which indicates tree-lined streets, landscape front yards, and pleasant, safe pedestrian sidewalks. It's not consistent with the city policies and focus on environmental sustainability. And it's just not fair to other residents on the street who rely on street permitted parking, and it creates a terrible precedent for the street. I'd be happy to answer. I didn't go through all the details in my letter. I'd be happy to give more to address those details or answer questions.
All right, let me see if there are any questions. Panel members? Okay, we don't have any questions, Ms. Gorsland. Thank you. If I could have the agent back, please.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Ms. Matviva. You have 5 minutes to address the issues that were raised.
Thank you very much. So contrary to what Mr. Bigger did mention, I have provided a summary of how the proposal does meet the 4 tests. This is outlined in my submission letter. In terms of concerns that were just raised by the speakers, as outlined in the submission letter, I'd also respectfully highlight the proposal does maintain the prevailing character of the streetscape, in that the front yard will maintain to be landscaped. If, as demonstrated in the aerial context, along McPherson, particularly along the northern side of McPherson, there are a number of properties that have both an integral garage as well as a side yard garage. There's further properties that have a landscaped front yard area. So the proposal has been designed and planned to maintain the purpose and intent of the official plan, but also to be complementary and consistent with the prevailing character of the streetscape, as well as the prevailing character of the neighborhood. In terms of the parking concern, I would just like to highlight the proposed parking space is entirely contained on private property. It is acknowledged that the curb cut, if granted, would need to cross over city property, and this is just due to the unique nature of the property, the unique nature of the lot fabric in this particular area, including on the subject lands. And finally, in terms of on-street parking, this area is undersubscribed, so this is not to say that there are not permit parking. It is simply to say that of the number of permit parking passes that are available for this street and others within the parking area of the city, it is undersubscribed. I'm happy to answer any other questions that there may be. Thank you.
Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The transportation staff report that recommends refusal of the application says that the proposal is on public boulevard space. I'm just looking for it for a second. You say it's totally on private space. Is that correct?
Correct. As I mentioned, though, it is acknowledged and agreed that the curb cut would need to cross over city-owned property. So the parking space, if granted, would be on private. But again, just because of the lot fabric and the way that the front lot line is, there is a distance between the end of the front property line and the public right-of-way with McPherson.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Like this, as the side plan to me looks like it's on public property. I don't see how this can be all on, like it looks to be on public property.
Well, and the
It's adjacent.
transportation report says the proposed parking space is located within the city boulevard.
Yeah, it clearly looks like it is. It looks like even if half the car's pulled under a carport, it's still going to be on city property, from what I can see. Mr. Bayat?
Yeah, I was just going to observe that the neighboring property, which is number 34, had previously also been before the committee for parking pad variance, and I think it's been refused for similar reasons.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not very different from their neighbor.
If there are no questions, then we just take it into committee for a discussion.
Yeah, that's 34.
It's got the curb cuts in.
Do you, Mr. Clay and Mr. Nipfel, have any other questions? Because if not, we'll take it into committee, I think, for a discussion. I mean, my perspective from what I've seen from the TLAB decision, the previous committee decision, this is really boils down to basically the same thing, and that's the fact that parking spaces don't fit within the streetscape on that side in particular. Yes, there's a couple that may have access, but 34, as Mr. Bayat said, I don't think that was approved. So I'm in line with everything I've read on this, the TLAB decision and the previous committee decision, that it just doesn't fit within the character of this street.
Thanks, Chair. I would agree. I haven't seen nor have I heard anything which would convince me that the previous two decisions have changed dramatically, and the fact that transportation continues to recommend refusal, and as you pointed out, at least from the site plan, now maybe we're reading it wrong, but at least from my reading as well, that looks like a portion of the drive is contained within the city boulevard. So I haven't seen anything which would suggest that that would make sense for us to overturn two previous refusals. So I'm just going to go ahead and move refusal.
And I just one thing I want to add is I don't think that an EV outlet is justification for this variance either. I just want to throw that out there also.
Okay.
So, okay, we have a motion before us to refuse the application, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. The application's been refused. Thank you. Item number 34, 5 Dieppe Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, one photograph of a removed tree from the property, 3 photographs of trees on the property, a covering letter from the agent as well as the architect, and presentation materials from the agent. There are no opposition speakers on this one. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, I am here. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, members of the committee. This is Lance Caprillion, 180 Shaw Street. I'm the agent for the owners.
Good afternoon. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? No? Okay.
Sorry. Just get
Okay, I'll give you a second.
It's okay.
You're okay?
I think there's an existing driveway. I was wondering about the driveway.
They got screening?
But it's an existing one, so no issue there. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Caprillion, we don't have any questions for you. We're ready to make a decision on this one. Anything you'd like to add before we go into committee?
Nothing, thank you.
All right, we're in committee. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this is a straightforward application and supportable. I think it fits into the community well, and it doesn't actually introduce any negative impacts. I'd like to move approval, subject to screening the rear balcony and the rear deck on the east and the west edges.
Hang on, let me just write this down. Deck, east, west. Okay, so Mr. Nipfel moves approval with screening on the east and west sides of the rear balcony and deck. All in favor? Oh, sorry, Mr. Bayat seconds. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, item number 35, 180 Alton Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agent, list of comparable committee of adjustment approvals from the agent, and we have a 16-signature petition in support, and that includes both adjacent neighbors at 182 and 178. And no opposition speakers. Do we have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Felix Leicher. I'm the agent for the owner.
Good afternoon, sir. We have 3 variances before us. Any questions for the agent, panel members? No? Okay, Mr. Leicher, we're ready to go into committee. We don't have any questions. Anything you want to add before we make a decision on this?
Only that we've also been in contact with planning staff who agreed that the variances in front of you are in keeping with the context, and they didn't have any objections.
Okay, thank you. We're in committee, panel members. Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Chair. This is quite a straightforward application, nothing contentious at all, so I'd like to move approval without any conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Clay, motion to approve, moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 36, 860 Pape Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, previous decisions by committee as well as the OMB affecting this property. We have planning asking for a condition, correspondence in opposition from 883 Pape. And I don't have any opposition speakers, so do we have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, all the members of the committee.
Hi, and you are?
My name is Christo Dabrowski. I'm the creator, owner, and operator of the future Deluxe Dogs Daycare and Boarding.
Okay, sir. Let me see if there are some questions for you. We've got one variance, which is for use in front of us. Panel members, any questions? Mr. Bayat.
Just a quick one. From the plans that I've looked at, I assume that all the activities are completely indoors. There's nothing outdoors at the back of the property, anything of that sort. Am I correct?
That is absolutely correct, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, sir, we have no further questions. We're ready to make a decision on this. Anything you'd like to add?
No, I just want to thank you all for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, sir. We're in committee, panel members. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think that this is a reasonable application. There's a need for these services and a growing need, and I think that the applicant has accommodated them in a reasonable way, given the context in which he finds himself. I'd like to move approval of the application, subject to the condition that planning placed on the application about, I think it's building to plans. Yes.
Okay, that's seconded by Mr. Bayat. So motion to approve, including the planning condition in the July 19th report. Moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor?
Their recommendation.
All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 37, 158 Westview Boulevard. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a revised site plan that we received in the supplemental agenda yesterday, an arborist report prepared by Thompson Watson Consulting Arborists, correspondence from the agent also came in late yesterday. We have email correspondence from the assistant planner, transportation, and they are asking for a condition. And then we have another report from transportation that came in a supplemental agenda, also asking for a condition, and forestry doesn't have any conditions. No opposition speakers on this one. Do we have the agent on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, can I have your name, please, for the record?
My name is Salma Alizai from Alizai Afridi Designs Inc. My address is 1371 Eden Rose in Mississauga. I'm the agent representing the owner of 158 Westview Boulevard.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of the transportation reports?
Yes, I revised the site plan based on that.
Right.
So basically, they had a condition just for existing curb cut to be fully restored, and the existing driveway to be, restored with the soft landscaping. So I revised my site plan based on that.
Okay, thanks for confirming that. Panel members, do you have any questions? Mr. Bayat?
Just one. There's a balcony at the rear, a second floor balcony. I don't see that there's any privacy screening on, I believe it's the north and south sides. Would you be okay with privacy screen condition attached?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. The north side is a garage. The house finish is actually quite towards the front. So there's already a driveway and a garage there. But if you want to add a privacy screening, I'm fine with that. And on the other side, there's a road there. So, I'm okay with that if it's needed.
You think you need it on the south side?
I don't think you need it on the south. It's a
No.
corner lot.
If you go to the site plan,
Sorry.
Just with the north.
Yeah.
North side?
North side.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, any other questions? All right, anything you'd like to add before we take this into committee? So you are aware of the other transportation report, right? That you're to contact permits and enforcement?
sorry, I'm aware of the one that was sent on
the one that you mentioned, that one is the one that came in our supplemental agenda, and that you've met the conditions and you've revised the site plan. There's another report, and it's they have no opposition, but they're asking you to contact permits and enforcement. It's on the screen. Can you see it?
Sure. Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to add before we go into committee?
No.
Okay, panel members, we are in committee. Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move approval of this application with a couple of conditions. One is the transport's condition, and the second is a second floor balcony screening on the north side to 1.5 meters.
Okay, so the motion to approve, including the condition that's on the screen, which is the July 19th report, and then the revised site plan addresses the report that was in the supplemental, Sabrina, so we don't need that report, right? Okay, and then a condition for screening on the balcony north side, and the approval's moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Mr. Niffel. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 38, 334 Palmerston Boulevard. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the property, covering letters from the agent. We have an order to comply affecting this property. Email correspondence from transportation. They don't have any concerns, and planning is asking for a condition. And I believe that's everything. And no opposition speakers, so do we
Sorry,
have?
through you, Madam Chair, we do have one speaker hearing concern.
Okay.
So we'll hear from the applicant first and then to the speaker. And then to the speaker who is here in person.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Barrett, you there?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon. Graham Barrett, SGL Planning and Design, agent for the owner of 334 Palmerston Boulevard.
Okay, I do have one speaker here. So can I ask you to do a brief presentation, no more than 5 minutes?
Sure, gladly. This is a proposal to legalize and maintain an existing laneway suite located in an existing two-story ancillary building at the rear of the subject property. This ancillary building has been there for a long time, decades. How many, we don't know exactly, but it's quite old. Improvements were made to it in 2012. A building permit was issued. The second floor was labeled as storage. The ground floor was garage. Images of this were included in my cover letter, but I will continue. This was converted to a two-story laneway suite with a one-car garage remaining without the benefit of a building permit. 3 minor variances are required to legalize the unit, all of which are the result of existing conditions. Variance number 1, 85% of the area between the rear main wall of the residential building and the front main wall of the laneway suite must be for soft landscaping, and 42% will be soft landscaping. This is an improvement over existing conditions, which is currently 17.6% soft landscaping by about 33 square meters. They're removing some hardscape, introducing more sod. You can see that on your screen right now. So it is an improvement over existing while still maintaining 2 parking spaces at the rear. This was after consultation with community planning staff. An agreement has been reached. Sorry, if you scroll back up. The actual rear driveway portion and that label off to your left next to the frame garage, that area will be replaced with permeable pavers. And this addressed staff's concerns, and this further improves the existing conditions. So more soft landscaping and permeable pavers in the rear. You'll note the staff report says plans received on July 17th, but they were actually submitted on July 18th. They're dated July 13th, so sorry if there's any confusion there, but they are the same plans. Variance number 2, a minimum of 75% of the area between the ancillary building containing a laneway suite and the lot line abutting a lane must be soft landscaping, and 0% is provided. This is an existing condition. It's a very old ancillary building, as I mentioned, with a 0-meter rear setback. There is no way to remedy this short of demolishing and rebuilding. The third variance is for the minimum required setback of an ancillary building or structure from the original center line of a lane, 2.5 meters required, 1.77 meters provided. Again, this is an existing condition. It's a very old ancillary building. There really is no way to fix this. The owners have spoken with several of their neighbors. They've obtained support from 5 nearby residences. These were submitted very late, meeting today. So support letters from 333, 349, 335, 329, and 337 Palmerston. They are posted on the AIC. As you mentioned, Transportation Services has no objection to the proposal. All trees on the site will remain. This is a suitable location for a laneway suite. It's close enough to a fire hydrant. It's a desirable rental unit, suitable for 2 or more residents, located close to transit, shopping, schools, and amenities. I note that laneway suites are intended to provide new rental housing opportunities within established neighborhoods, contributing to a wider range of housing options, and the existing laneway suite at 334 Palmerston Boulevard does just that. I believe this proposal passes the 4 tests, represents good planning, and does not conflict with the public interest. And I wish I was simply asking for this as a minor variance application rather than trying to legalize after the fact, because I believe it's a great rental unit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to the opposition and then I'll come back to you. Okay. Hi. Can I have your name and address first of all?
Yes, of course. My name is Susan Lee and I live at 335 Palmerston Boulevard. I actually live across the street. And I can't make heads or tails out of all these numbers and all these, like, I don't understand any of this at all. Like, I just know that there was a garage there, and then this coach house is being built, and, you know, I'm raising my family. I have no clue. And my concern is just that as long as he complies by the rules and fixes these things and remedies them, then I think it's okay, as long as he, as mentioned, that they were going to try to adhere to the specific guidelines that you have to have a coach house in the back. So that's basically what I have to say. I find this very confusing, like, to understand.
Yeah, I understand. It's the first time you're experiencing, you know, this kind of application. That makes sense. Well, basically, like, the city has bylaws for certain things, like you have to be this far away from the side, from the back, and heights and all kinds of things. So this committee approves where they ask for, you know, a variance to what the bylaw says. So that's what this committee looks at. It would have been good, and maybe Mr. Barrett, if I could have him on the line also, maybe he would be open to having a conversation with you just to explain exactly what they're doing, so that you understand, because he's asking for 3 variances. We just, you know, this committee looks at whether we think it's a reasonable request that he's here, you know, for.
Okay.
Mr. Barrett, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, I guess you heard what I just said. Would it be possible for you to speak to the homeowner at 335 just to explain kind of what's going on, because she's finding it quite confusing and hasn't really stated a specific objection, and there may not be any once you really explain to her what's going on?
Sure, I'd be happy to have that discussion.
Okay, so maybe you could reach out to her. She's at 335. Okay.
Sure, do you have an email address or phone number or anything?
I don't know, Sabrina, can we send that offline to, like, do you have an email? If you can give it to staff, because we're on public, we don't want everybody to know your email.
Yeah.
So if you give it to the staff, then they will email it to Mr. Barrett. He will reach out to you and then make an effort to explain exactly what they're doing.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that.
Now, you have questions of the speaker or of Mr.
No, I just want to thank her for coming down, and don't feel bad, because this stuff is complicated, and people, you know, that don't deal with it all the time, it can be a little confusing. But thank you for coming down and sharing your concern with us.
Mr. Nipfel?
The other thing I was going to just offer in the very simplest of ways, what we have before us is a building that was approved to be a garage with storage above. And the owner has introduced a dwelling unit into that garage. And that has generated some changes that need to be made for it to continue. So that's a very simplified version of what's here. So the building's there, what's changed is the use inside. In negotiating with the planning department, the applicant has agreed to put materials in the backyard that will allow water to go through, so that there wouldn't be as ponding and so forth in the backyard. When all is said and done in the simplest possible terms, that's what we're talking about today. And add to that lots of numbers, but the basic issue is that. I don't know if that helps you.
Yes, it does help me, and that's totally fine. So I'm totally good with that. Thank you.
And I'll just add to what Mr. Nipfel said, that the city does have in place that laneway suites, which is what that's called when you convert a garage, they are permitted now in the city. Okay, but still, it'd be good if Mr. Barrett, you know, and you connect, and he can explain a little bit more about the nitty-gritty of the 3 variances, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Clay.
I have a question for the agent, and I'd like to thank Carl for that very helpful explanation. That helped me out as well. The application before us, you had mentioned that you had an order to comply in 2015, and you're now just coming before us to seek legalization. So is maybe just an explanation of what's happened in the interim period?
I would love to provide you with that explanation, but this file only landed on my desk in recent months. I became aware of the order to comply from 2015, and I have been tasked with taking it through the minor variance process. I really don't know why the 8-year gap exists. I just don't have the information for you, I'm sorry, but I know that we're trying to rectify this at this time.
Is this the same owner that owned the building back in 2015?
I believe it is.
Okay.
Take a look.
That's unusual that someone didn't follow up to ensure that the order to comply was addressed in the past. Seems
I agree
odd.
with you.
Yeah, it's very long time, 8 years.
8 years.
Can't even use COVID as an excuse because it goes beyond that.
That's weird.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Bayat.
I just have a couple of quick questions for you, one of which is tied to what Mr. Clay just asked. So have you any idea how long this coach house has actually been used as a habitable space? I know in 2015 there's the order to comply, which looks like it was being prepared, but has it been, do you know how long it's been occupied as a habitable space?
I don't have a specific time frame for you, but I do note that the permit drawings, which were used for the existing garage and storage above to improve the structure, were from 2012. Wow. So I am thinking sometime between that building permit and the order to comply in 2015, this was converted into habitable space. Perhaps a building inspector came by at some point in those years and said, hey, wait a second, and told them they have to rectify it, and that is what we're doing now.
Thank you. And the second question I had, and I think it's because I may not have heard you correctly, the driveway, the existing driveway, is the entire driveway from front to back being redone in with permeable pavers?
No, sir. The parking area at the rear between the garage and the dwelling is being replaced with permeable pavers. If you look at the addendum to the cover letter that I submitted, I have included that image there. So that portion of the driveway will be permeable pavers.
I see. Thank you.
And I also have photographs in my original cover letter of this rear area showing what's existing currently. And so I have to scroll through a bit there. So there's the existing conditions. So some more green space is going to be added to that, and then it will be converted to permeable pavers as well.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, if there are no more questions, let's take it into committee for a decision. Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Chair. I think this, it's a pity that it wasn't thought about, legalized a long time ago and done appropriately, but this particular part of Palmerston certainly has a number of homes with coach houses, as we have in a number of parts of the city. So it's not inappropriate that I think the coach house would be turned into a habitable space. I was very concerned when I saw the soft landscaping issues, but again, these are existing circumstances. And the fact that we're going to have permeable pavers in the area, that's great. So there's some improvement. Having said all of that, I think this is an application that should go ahead. So I'd like to move approval. There's a planning condition, and I think that's it, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. Okay, so motion to approve, including the planning condition in the July 19th report. Moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All
We
in.
also add a note about not condoning proceeding.
Yeah, Sabrina?
Especially in this case.
Through you, Madam Chair, it will be for the record.
Yep, that's great.
Noted as for the record in the minutes.
Okay, so motion to approve with the planning condition moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, the final item in this time slot is item 39, 70 Wilson Park Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the property, and presentation materials from the agent that came in our supplemental agenda. I do not show any opposition speakers. Do we have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. Ida Evangelista on behalf of the owners of 70 Wilson Park Road.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
yeah, go ahead.
4 letters of support also.
Sorry, part of it cut out. I heard something support. I didn't catch the rest.
My apologies. There are 4 letters of support also.
Okay. They from adjacent neighbors, or where are they from?
Yes, 23 Triller, which is behind 56, 66, 78 Wilson Park, which is adjacent neighbors.
Okay. All right. I don't think we need a presentation. Any questions? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this is a contentious application. Could you give me some description of your rationale for why this should be approved?
Through you, Madam Chair, this particular application, this is something that, moving forward, laneway suites are being viewed as, and especially in the downtown area, it allows for stabilized rental area. It is close to TTC. This is an area, and you'll see also that moving forward, there are other homes here that are also providing laneway suites. The property is designated neighborhoods. It is located along a major street in the official plan. The official plan does recognize that there is potential for a more intense form of development along these major streets. This is just it's just south of Queen Street. So it does, respect and reinforce the general physical character of the immediate and broader neighborhood. Within the immediate context, there is a mix of physical characters and examples of other buildings that are more of intense form than the proposal that with this added garden suite. When you consider the immediate context, with respect, it's in our opinion, that the proposed garden suite represents a gentle residential intensification that will achieve a good fit. You'll see that in the same laneway, there is another laneway house that is same as what we are proposing. And it does conform to the SASP 670, which allows for garden suites in neighborhoods. It does represent good planning, as it does optimize the existing infrastructure, transit infrastructure, albeit by having one more rental unit that's that close to buses, streetcars. So I do propose that what we are asking for, it is also close to we do have the fire hydrant that is right next door. So in closing, I do maintain that the general intent and purpose of the official plan is being maintained. It maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. It is desirable and appropriate use. You'll see that we have removed variant 6. We do have bicycle storage. So to make it convenient, there are many people in this building that do use bicycles. We have increased our landscaping in the rear yard to facilitate drainage on the property. The back way, you'll see that there are many trees. So we are trying to facilitate a character that is quite gentle to the neighborhood.
Could you clarify the soft land? You said you've increased landscaping. I was going to say the one area that you didn't address. You gave a good defense for a suite or a small insertion like this in this particular area. So that made sense, but it's at the expense of landscaping. There is, at least the variances we have before us, there is zero landscaping. And you said you've increased the landscaping, so could you, I must have missed something.
Yeah, no, and I did add that at the end. Through you, Madam Chair. So I have reviewed the landscaping with the owners and the architects, and we've made some changes. So variance number 3, we have removed that variance because we do comply. We have 5.8 square meters. So what's in this particular situation, the zoning review was going to take a great deal of time for the review. So we've done our calculation. So variance number 3, which is the landscaping on the laneway suite and the lot abutting the lane. We have 5.8 square meters of landscaping, which is more than the 75% that is requested. So therefore, variance 3 has been removed. Variance 2, we are introducing some landscaping on the south side of the property. You'll see if you look at the south side of the property. Sorry, I'm just going to pull it up.
Is there a plan we can refer to?
Can you?
If you refer to the site plan, actually.
Ida, are you amending variance number 2 before we go to the site plan? Are you?
Yes.
Okay, can you give me the numbers, please? I need the percent and the square meters.
Yes, so we are increasing it to 35%.
Okay, and that equals?
53 square meters.
Okay, so variance 2 is amended to 35%, which is 53 meters square. You're deleting variances 3 and 6. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Can you show us where the
Okay, so maybe,
is?
yeah, now if you could show us where the landscaping's going.
Okay, absolutely. Actually, you know what probably would be better? If staff would pull up my page from my submission, which shows how I've highlighted the variances.
I think it's in the supplemental agenda, I think. This?
Yes, okay. Yeah, no, that was correct. Yeah, that is correct. Okay, so if we look on the north side, you see where I have the green where I've shown number 6 to be removed?
Yep.
Okay, so that's where the bicycles are parked currently. And then we're doing a triangle right along there, like an upside triangle that will start from where the bicycles are, and it widens out right into where the deck is, like adjacent to the building. So that will all be landscaped. And then if we go to the south side where I have the long rectangular pink or light red, so those are the parking spots on the property that are existing. So this property, as you saw from the first page that I've shown you, the area in its entirety is paved. It always has been paved, going back to the 50s. So we are going to move. So we've had to be quite careful in how we place additional landscaping. So what we're going to do without that will allow us a turning radius for the parking spots. So on that south side, we're going to move the parking spaces up, and then all along that southerly lot line. We're going to introduce a landscape area that covers that entirety, and it'll be about 7 feet wide. So that will all be landscaped. In front of the ancillary structure will be landscaped. And then on the north side, that too will be landscaped. And this will still allow an area, as I said, that was existing and is existing for the cars to access.
Since you're moving those parking spaces, can you make them permeable then?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and also, do you have a site plan that reflects these changes? You can email it to Sabrina?
I will email it to Sabrina, yes.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, we just have to be careful because we haven't seen the plan. So if you tie it to the plan, we're tying it to something that we haven't seen.
Okay.
So let's just be mindful of that.
Okay.
Can we just...
I'd really like to, I recommend a deferral, but that's a drawing that was described by the applicant. It could be any one of 10 different things when you draw it. I'm uncomfortable without seeing a plan. I'd like to see it before. I applaud the effort to increase landscaping, because that was my issue with this application. You won't be surprised to know, but we should have had the plan before, and I really would like to have it before we make a decision.
Could would Ida be able to draw something, like if we stood it down for half an hour or so?
Sabrina, if I hold it till the end, so if I hold this to the end, Ida, can you get something to Sabrina? We only have 4 items left that shows these changes, and then, because there's no opposition anyway, and we'll look at it at the end of the day, and then, and if that's acceptable, and if not, then we'll probably be looking at a deferral, but we can give this a shot.
Okay.
Can be tied to that.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, absolutely. I'll get a hold of the architect immediately. But through you, Madam Chair, if we were to just state that we are increasing the landscaping to 35% with 53 square meters, will that not suffice?
I'm hearing that my panel members are uncomfortable seeing, like making that decision without seeing it on a drawing.
Okay, all right, I'll get on that right away.
Was there something else?
One last question. I've just, variance number 4.
Right.
I mean, this is a brand new structure, right?
Correct.
I'm just wondering why you wouldn't be able to comply with that rear yard setback by just moving the building like less than half a meter. It just seems like, given you've got like a sort of a clear slate back there, I'm just wondering why you go for the setback variance.
Would that be something that you could look at while we hold this down, and then let us know whether you can or cannot comply when you come back later?
Through you, Madam Chair, I have to be mindful that, we do have to also satisfy transportation. So there are 4 parking spaces there. And it's that much that gives us 4 proper size parking spots in the back.
Oh, so that's your reason for the setback?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why, yes. Yeah, we did try to comply with that, but we have to have 4 equal size parking spots in the back.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, and on your drawing, can you just, you'll show where you're moving the parking spots to, and show the permeable pavers on there, please? Okay.
Yeah, I will.
All right. So hopefully you can get it done in half an hour or an hour at the most, I think. I don't know how long we're going to be, but okay. Panel members, do you need a break, or can we keep going?
I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Alrighty, item number 40 then. Just let me, just give me 1 second. Go to the different file. Okay. Item number 40 is 1406 to 1428 Yonge Street. We have before us a copy of the draft plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations. We have covering letter from the agent, an arborist report prepared by Michael Armstrong Holloway from the Planning Partnership, a parts chart and presentation materials from the agent. We have email correspondence from Heritage Planning. They don't have any concerns. Planning also does not have any concerns. Engineering has conditions. Those are from the March 16th report. We have correspondence in opposition from the adjacent building, President of the Board of Directors, 1430 Yonge Street, as well as 217 Waverley. And I am showing 4 speakers. Now, I believe one of them is here. Do you have the all the speakers? Okay. All right. Could I have Adam, please, on the line?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear. Can I ask you to do a presentation, please? I've got 4 objection speakers.
I will. If you go to my presentation plan that I submitted, it starts with an aerial photo that shows the site.
It's in supplementary package.
There we go. That's it. So if we go to the next slide, please. So this gives you the location of the site. I'm here on behalf of both the applicant, who's the developer of the site, who developed the site and had approval with the support of staff and council, and the community, for that matter, over a year ago. And to the west is the cemetery, and I'm representing both the cemetery and the applicant. And the reason for this, if we go to the next slide, is, well, the next slide is just a picture, and I'll go this slide first. This development relocated the access to the cemetery and relocated it so that we could also provide a park to the south, which the city had wanted, and that happened sort of late in the process. And in addition to that, we provided a sidewalk. So if you go to the next slide, it'll show the current driveway goes out straight. And I'm going to stop. The Claremont is to the top of the page. There is zero change other than relocating the easements in favor of the Claremont, which the cemetery has the absolute right to do. When we heard about the objection, we sent an email to Wilser that shows you the real estate document, but I wouldn't be here if the cemetery didn't have the absolute right to relocate the easements for access. And if you go to the next slide, it shows you the proposed driveway at grade that curves down with a sidewalk. And what I don't show you is the new park to the south. And again, the next slide that has the green shows the lot additions, which again are delegated authority, but I just wanted you to have them. So if you go to the next slide, and the resulting ownership, you can always see that to the west, which is how the Claremont uses its access and easement, stays the same. And what really changes is the next slide that has the hatching, and that shows you that those easements now curve to the new access and providing the sidewalk. So I provided all these great slides, but it's extremely simple. Curving the driveway, providing now a sidewalk, and creating a park to the south has resulted in the easements now covering these properties, which is exactly what in law the cemetery has the right to do. And we've done that to facilitate the approval that came forward over a year ago. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. I sent just late in the day to Wilser's email the document reference that says we have the absolute right at the cemetery to ensure that the easement gets relocated, which we ought to do to make sure that the Claremont has the same rights that they had previously, which is again in the document I sent. And subject to any questions you have, those are my submissions.
I think we'll hold questions till we hear from the opposition, and then I'll come back to you. Can we go in order, please, on the sheet?
Greg, you have been unmuted.
Oh, hello, this is Greg Mukri.
Hi, can you give your address for the record, please?
My company owns 1396 Yonge Street, which is just a few stores down to the south.
Okay, go ahead. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, we enjoy use of a reciprocal easement and right-of-way that wraps around the back of our building, and it goes out the driveway that we're discussing here. And I was speaking with this development group about just a construction agreement, so I wasn't too familiar with this process. I have spoken with council and with my council, and they said if the city will consent to this, but before we give up any of our rights, we would have an option. We would need to sign ourselves for anything to change regarding this easement as it is registered. Is that correct, or are they able to just kind of make changes to the easement we're participating in through this process?
I can't answer that. I think that we'll have to, like, after all the speakers have spoken, then we'll have Mr. Brown back, who can perhaps speak to that.
So I guess my concern is just I want to make sure I'm not forfeiting any rights we have as we participate with that easement.
Okay. Panel members,
thank you.
Is that everything, or was there something else?
That's my broad concern. Thank you.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none. Okay, thank you, Mr. Macri.
Thank you.
Are you Ann Spencer?
Yes, I am.
All right, so you're next on my list, so go ahead.
Should I press the button? Or?
Yeah, just make sure the red light's on.
Oh, it is on. Okay.
Okay, you're good.
Okay.
So we just need your name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
Ann Spencer, 1430 Yonge Street, the Claremont.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm here because we object to the change in the easement, and as the gentleman stated, it all sounds perfect, but we were given no information whatsoever, and we're very concerned about our welfare. The easement agreement between the Claremont and the cemeteries and the Catholic cemeteries and Archdiocese was established in April 2005 and confirmed with bylaw 6 in 2008. And I think it's very easily understood in reading all those documents, which are public, open to the public and registered with your department, that no such changes can be made without the cooperative agreement between the Archdiocese and the Claremont. We weren't even given notice of this meeting or notice of the plan. We received notice of application on July 21st, last Friday, and I only got a proper notice of the hearing sent to me by one of your representatives on Monday, on the 24th. So we just feel that we've been left out of the equation, and yet it's our health and safety that we feel is at risk. The whole easement arrangement with the cemetery allows emergency access out of our building to the outer edge of the cemetery and along to the gate that leads to the easement driveway. And there is an electronic gate there that opens automatically when the fire alarm goes off in our building. That is our emergency escape if there is no access for us to go directly out of the front of our building to Yonge Street. And so we've not been given any reassurance that this will still continue. We're very concerned about the fact that the developer has not started yet. The actual groundbreaking process. And we're concerned that during the construction, what will happen to our access to the emergency escape route. It seems to me lack of communication is the first order, and both with the city and both with the developer. We have had negotiations with the developer over the past 2 years regarding their closeness to our building, and we have negotiated a little separation that we're pleased that was possible. We're only a 15-story building, and the new development will be upwards of 43 stories. So it's a huge change to our environment and our comfort. And while everybody seems to acknowledge the legal agreement about the easement between the cemetery and the 1430 Yonge, there's been no acknowledgement of it in the public information that we've noted. So that's why we're opposed, that listening to the initial presentation seemed to make a little bit more sense, but what do you do during construction? It's a very small space, even with the change in the easement. And they don't have much space to work in. So that's my objection. Our objection, and we would like some consideration that the safety and well-being of all the residents in the area be taken into consideration. There's really not much space between us all. We're all on top of each other. And just the whole process is very disturbing. But thank you for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clay has a question for you.
Thanks, Ms. Spencer, for coming down today. I'm just looking at your July 24th letter, and you spoke very eloquently about your situation. I'm just wondering, have you gotten legal representation? This letter looks like it might have been, is this from your lawyer? Or I'm just wondering, have you got your lawyers involved yet?
We have a lawyer in our building who did much of the negotiation with the developer originally, and that's his area of expertise.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to see whether your board has received legal advice on this matter.
We do have a lawyer, and in the documentation I submitted, there was a letter to your committee dated December 2nd, 2021 from Shibley Wrighton, that's our legal counsel, who tried to bring to your attention our concerns at that time. We do, but we did not consult them directly at this moment because we really had no time.
And the applicant, you're saying, hasn't had any discussions with you or your board or your lawyer on this matter?
About this new matter, about the easement change.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you, Ms. Spencer.
Thank you.
Can I have the next speaker, please?
Nicholas, you have been unmuted.
Hi there. My name is Nicholas Petrera. I am the son of the owner of 1402 Yonge Street and 1390 Yonge Street. I'm speaking on his behalf. He's an older gentleman, and he's asked for me to provide his points. So echoing a bit around what Greg previously had said and the last speaker, we received this letter, and due to the timeliness of the response, we are here in person or virtually today to speak. We are speaking to our lawyers as well, but the speed in which we are turning around the response required us to kind of come in person, or at least again virtually. The concerns that we have for our buildings are similar in the sense that we do have an easement and right of way to this property. We've had this since for a while. We have a survey from the 80s that show right of way access to this property. And what was interesting, and again similar and echoing to what the last speaker had said, this sort of came in an unexpected way. We had multiple conversations, and we are, in my understanding, in conversations and in coming to an agreement with Adam Brown and the developer on the use of the easement and our right of way to it. This is a fire exit for 8 of our tenants currently. They who have raised concerns that this is their only fire exit if the building front phase would otherwise have other issues. So if they're concerned about the access during construction was mostly the biggest call out from our tenants. From ourselves, we feel the same as we kind of represent them as well. So it's not been made really clear what the easement change is going to look like. On top of that, more importantly, what it looks like during the construction period. And I feel as though this has been kind of thrown at us at left field. We had been in conversations with the developer in good faith negotiations to not obstruct and to be good neighbors. And what we saw here is we had submitted we believe what was late stage negotiations with the developer and Adam Brown on the use of the easement and our support of it and of the support of their construction. What is surprising was again, no communication after we had submitted a response to them, no communication from them on how they feel about our position. And again, it just felt like it was very much very quickly too quick for us to respond. But moreover, I think generally we are worried about our rights to the easement and our rights pertaining to the access of not only people, but also deliveries to that building. It is our only access for garbage as well. And so again, I think we do want to reiterate the 3 parts, which is number 1, we're a bit surprised about the quick turnaround from on this with no notice, what we believe was good faith discussions with Adam Brown and the developer. Secondly, we have no clarity really even to date on the construction, the impact during construction. And lastly, I do believe that this is foregoing some of the rights we do have to the right of way. In one of the documents that I shared, it shows that we still have the right of way. And again, I've also shared a snippet of the contract that they acknowledge that there's going to be interference during the development, and that's why they wanted our support. And it feels as though there is no acknowledgement here of that interference, but moreover, not really even considering our rights to this passage. So that summarizes sort of the reason why we're in a bit of opposition right now.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions? The speaker? Okay, thank you, sir. If I could have the final speaker, please.
RT, you have been unmuted.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is RT Sanichara. I'm with the law firm of Loopster Nixon. We represent the owner of properties 1376 to 1388 Yonge Street. And that's municipally known, and the owner is a numbered company, and the numbered company is 114-8813 Ontario Limited. Today at this time, we're here really just to inform the committee that we are taking no position at this time because currently our client, the owners, are in negotiations to replace the client's current easements with new ones that have been proposed, but we're not yet settled on the terms. So we're not asking for, just to be clear, we're not taking an opposition to this matter, nor are we seeking a deferral. We're just here to advise the committee, similar to what's been discussed. I think our client, they're looking at replacing those easements and they're in negotiations right now. We just haven't settled on the terms yet.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, any questions? The speaker? Seeing none? Okay, thank you very much. Could I have Mr. Brown back, please?
Now, okay.
Hi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me address first to the south, which is the easiest. But if you can pull up the colored slides I have, there's one that has like a hatching. It shows applicant retains easement over cemetery lands for access, and cemetery retains a little further down. Keep going. There we go. Okay, I'm going to stop for a minute. I'm going to divide this into the south and the north, but it's very similar what I'm going to tell you. We have had negotiations and will continue to do that with our friends to the south for construction management and the like, and anything to do with any easements they might have. As the last speaker said, we haven't finalized. So those aren't completed, finalized. Those discussions are still ongoing. Construction management plans have not been completed, and that relates to the south and the north. So those discussions will continue because they are adjacent to us on both sides, and it's a tight site. So this isn't the permit process now. What we're doing now with the cemetery is realigning the access that was previously approved, realigning it so we can deal with the heritage building that comes down for the park to the south. And also, if you can see on this hatching, retaining that temporary access over the developer's lands. So the concerns that the Claremont validly puts forward, that they want to make sure that's retained, it is retained. So that during construction, until the final layout of the road happens after construction, demolition in the park, we're able to do this. That's it. So all those rights are being maintained, and their lawyers were in consultation with our real estate lawyers, Mr. Wren from the cemetery, and all of those rights have been put forward because the cemetery has the right to change the easement location to the new road. They've had that right since back in 2005, and they have the right also to maintain, and the obligation to maintain, the access that we show you, the temporary access until construction's done over the applicant's lands. So both those things are being done here, and I am 100% certain they're fully in accordance with all documents registered on title, because we otherwise wouldn't have had the authority from the cemetery to move forward with this. So this is, I'll call it part one of a process that's a longer one. The construction management and dealing with our friends to the south, and dealing with construction management with our friends to the north, that's still ongoing. This is sort of one piece of the puzzle, so to speak, and we have to do this in order to be able to then move to demolish the heritage, provide the park to the city, and proceed with the condominium application for the development prior to construction, which hopefully happens within the year. And that's it.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Brown? No? Okay. Let's take it into committee then. Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start the ball rolling, just some observations, comments. I must say, first of all, when I saw this application, it just occurred to me how often I've been up and down this part of Yonge and never realized that there was a cemetery on the other side of these commercial buildings. Having said that, I take to heart the applicant's comments that the cemetery is on board with this proposal. I see it as a realignment of access, notwithstanding the concerns that have been expressed by the people in opposition or people with concerns. I think because this is a work in progress, then discussions, as the applicant has indicated, there's still discussions going on. I do not see an issue with this particular application with regard to the severance matter. I'm sure there'll be other issues that will come up later, which I'm sure the applicants will work with. But I think this is a supportable application.
Okay. Any further comments? Okay. Did you want to make a motion? motion then?
Certainly, I'll move a motion then to approve this application. I believe there's an engineering condition, and that's the only one that's before us.
Okay, so I have a motion before us to approve the application, including the engineering condition, moved by Mr. Bayat. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Nipfel? All in favor? That carries. And Sabrina, could you just put in the notes that the applicant engage in ongoing negotiations regarding the easements, please?
So that would be for the record?
For the record, yeah. Thank you. Okay, so the application was approved unanimously. Item number 41. (212) Waverley Road. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the January 25th public hearing, as well as the materials submitted at that time, copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from Deborah Mesher, the agent, as well as a parking study. We have forestry asking for condition number 1. We have planning asking for refusal of variance 5 and 11. And transportation is asking for refusal of variance number 11. Correspondence in opposition from number 217. I do not have any opposition speakers listed, and I believe the agent's here with us. Okay. Could we just have your name for the record, and then we'll probably go to questions.
Oh, sure. Okay, my name is Deborah Mesher. I live at 198 Melita Avenue.
Okay, thanks. Panel members, do you have any questions on this one?
Pretty sure that you're here, you're disagreeing with the planning recommendations and transportation maybe you could share with us your perspective on these.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. Can I give a brief little presentation?
Sure. Please do.
Excellent. Okay. I'll talk fast. Okay. So the proposal involves a 2-story side and third floor addition on an existing detached 2-bedroom house. So the lot is elevated from the street and already has a curb cut and a driveway to an existing parking spot behind the front wall of the house. This is a very small house on a big lot, surrounded by many larger homes, 2 and 3 stories. The homeowners need to grow with the home to suit their family with 3 kids, as well as provide a separate basement apartment suite for their aging parents. So we're seeking relief from 12 variances related to sidewall height, density, side setback, front landscaping, and parking. So we deferred in January to make some changes to height. We eliminated a height variance and increased the side setback based on neighbor and city staff feedback. So we have provided the rationale from the variances in the form of that cover letter and the parking study. So I can go through the variances and I can answer your questions. However, the ones that are obviously causing the most friction are parking, the reverse slope driveway, and the front landscaping. So just to tackle the easiest one first, the landscaping, that's number 4. And by the way, the transport or planning asking for variance 5 to be refused, they actually mean number 4. The previous one, in the previous deferred application, it was number 5, but we limited it, so the numbers changed. So this is the soft landscaping is actually an existing condition. So the driveway that is there is asphalt and has some hardscaping pavers on it, as well as hardscaping paths, 2 paths to the front door. So we're actually not proposing a change to this percentage, and we are actually proposing an increase to the stormwater management potential by doing permeable paving in this driveway. So which wasn't captured by transportation previously either. And the small tulip tree that's at the front is going to be maintained as well. Okay, so the parking, so the reverse slope driveway to the parking space. So if you open up the parking study that was conducted all along Waverley Road, you'll notice that the non-front pad parking conditions are the anomaly and not the norm. You can scroll down there. So this is a street with pretty extreme topography changes that have like several integral garages, and there's 2 reverse sloped precedents as the houses are set up quite high in many places, including this one. So there's an even split on the public record for permitted and non-permitted front parking pads. And part of the objection received are concerns about the reduction of street parking, but that's not the case in this application. We're not creating a new curb cut, only maintaining what we already have, so that parking reduction is not a concern in this case. So transportation pointed out that familiar bylaw discrepancy between the COA can approve the parking, but they might not permit it, and the spot that we are proposing is fully on private property. Like unlike that previous application that we heard an hour ago, it does not straddle the public portion of the boulevard. So this is a very gentle reverse slope. So if you go to page 2 on that parking study, on the bottom left-hand corner, maybe scroll up a bit. I'm not sure what page you're on. It's almost like second to the top, like it's right after the cover page. So it's a very gentle slope. It's only 0.82 meters from the sidewalk to where we're proposing the bottom of this driveway is. So it's really, 2.5 feet along a more than 22-foot distance. It's really not, it's not a traditional reverse slope driveway. So this is not, doesn't create any dangers to pedestrians or ice buildup and that sort of thing. So in addition to providing the front parking, the slope provides an easier mobility access for the intended basement apartment tenant. That's where the entrance is at the base of this driveway for the homeowner's aging parents. And I should also note, this is as an aside, that the new multiplex bylaw that has come out has that, it wants to lift the restriction on unit entrances being on the front, like the second entrance being on the front of the house. So it's going to be a moot point, imminently, but just I want to note that at the same time. So I know that the committee usually has very strong feelings about reverse slope driveways, but I think this is an exception because of the low slope. It's already an existing driveway. There are plenty of neighborhood precedents, and it provides a secondary access to that suite below. That's really important. So I do believe this is an appropriate development on a very large lot. It does keep in the predominant character of massing, size, setbacks, density, and even front pad parking of this neighborhood, and causes no decrease in street parking. I think it keeps I think it meets the 4 tests, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Okay, Mr. Bayat.
Just a quick one. Do you know what the angle is of that slope, the driveway?
I do. It's 1 13/16 on 12, so it's less than a 2/12 slope.
Angle, degree?
Oh, the degree. I don't have the degrees on you. I don't have that memorized. Sorry.
One of the concerns that I would have, and maybe you can speak to it now, is that because you've got a basement apartment at the end of that driveway. I have a neighbor who has a similar driveway, but it's quite an old house, 30 years old. Torrential rainfall floods the basement and has done so in the past. I'm not sure if that's something that's being considered, and so what sort of plans there are for that to mitigate?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that is the primary concern with any reverse slope driveway. And though we don't have the finalized details yet, that is absolutely a large portion of the design, that we're going to have like a cistern below there. It's going to be connected to like drain and a sump pump. Like there's a lot of mitigating things we're going to do. We just don't have the details yet, but that is a primary concern for sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I'm just, I'm concerned about transportation's recommendation here. They don't speak to where the actual vehicle will be parked. They just note that it should be refused on the basis that it, I guess it is, offends Municipal Code Chapter 918. So, there are 3 elements that transportation cites. So your view is that they're wrong?
Well, I mean, their argument, and I did actually correspond with transportation about this as well, because I really wanted to know, is it the reverse slope that they have the most problem with? Is it the frontness of the parking, even though there are lots and lots of permitted not? So, but their answer was basically it's not part of the bylaw, but that's why we're here. We are a variance from this bylaw requirement. So I didn't get a satisfactory answer.
But what they're saying, yes, it might be a variance, but their recommendation is that it be refused.
Yes, yeah. And I do think they're wrong in this case because of what this street is like, the available parking, the topography, and the other precedents that are there in this case.
Mr. Nipfel.
Yeah, can I just get a clarification? On the site plan, it's labeled as an existing driveway. Is it existing or is it proposed?
No, it's existing. If you go to the cover letter.
It's an existing asphalt driveway proposed as a reverse slope. So it sounds like there's some work being done on it.
Yeah, we'd have to decrease the slope. So right now it slopes up, like the house is elevated on a hill.
Okay, so in fact, ultimately is a proposed driveway as you.
Yes.
Now, and where does the parking space that you're talking about go? Does it go on top of that driveway?
Yes, and it's within the private property. If you go to the basement floor plan in the drawings, it's the car is represented there, and that is a legal parking space length. That we are asking for reduction on the width, but the length is a legal length within the property.
Partially within the house, then.
Yes, under the house. Yes, under the front porch, under that house. Yes, but on private property.
Sorry, is it a carport there, or is it?
No, there's no, it's really, oh, I guess that's what you call it, a carport, but yeah, there's a front porch deck above, and yeah, and then just no, we're not doing a basement addition in that portion, so that's correct.
And you, of course, would consider permeable paving for this driveway, right?
Yes, and that was proposed originally, and I did speak with transportation about that as well, and they didn't acknowledge it in their letter, but that was, so that, yeah, that's what we're doing regardless.
Any other questions? If there are no questions, we'll take it into committee.
Yeah, I'm on the fence on this one, Chair. You know, we're trying to be faithful to the recommendations that staff are giving us. But I do take the applicant's perspective that the vehicle will be, basically the parking pad is on private property, which in most instances is acceptable. I'd like to know what the angle of the driveway is. It's kind of unfortunate you don't know that. That's because there is, you know, elements in the bylaw that actually do speak to the angle. So it would be helpful for us to know whether it's 5, 10, or 15% slope. It's under 5.
It's under 5, yeah.
Oh, well, that's helpful. See? Okay. So if it's a 5% slope, Chair, I'm not as fussed by it. I'll take the applicant's word that the parking pad itself is on private property, which is quite fine. And there was a third element to transportations. So is the width, so you have a very narrow parking space. So I'm, you know, given that as an explanation, I find that the addition to the house is fine, the side addition is fine, with the explanation from the applicant that it is on private property and it's a very modest slope. And if there is a commitment to make the driveway into permeable pavers, I think that would be helpful. I take it that they are installing appropriate amount of drainage and sump pumps and that sort of thing to deal with additional rainfall. So I can support this application.
Mr. Nipfel?
I can support it as well, as long as we, I think we need to tie it to plans to show where this car park space is. I think it's important that, because it isn't obvious from looking at the site plan, that it actually tucks into a little crevice underneath the building. I do think there would be some advantage as well to putting a limit on the percentage slope. Mr. Clay was persuaded by the percentage that you recommended, rather than just leaving that in the atmosphere. I think we should actually put a maximum slope on that. With tying it to plans and a maximum slope, I don't feel so badly about not following the transportation conditions, which normally I would want to endorse, but I can understand the situation here, but just to safeguard, I'd like to put those two conditions in.
Make a motion.
So I would like to move approval of the application. I'm going to miss something. Subject to
Tying to plans.
And tying it to, I just want to make sure I've got them all, yeah. So tying it to plans, particularly relative to the location of the parking space. The driveway, the front driveway is to be permeable pavers and to be a maximum slope of, and I've forgotten what. 5%. And.
Forestry number 1.
Forestry 1, yeah, sorry. I didn't have that one.
And what about, in the transportation report, it says if we don't refuse the variances they're recommending, they have conditions, right? Which would be to submit a front parking application to permits and enforcement. Isn't that right, Sabrina? Yeah, do we need to do the first one too? Obtain a permitting, okay, so those 2 conditions.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so with those conditions then, so the conditions in the July 19th planning report, condition from maximum 5% slope on the driveway, tying to plans regarding the location of the parking spot, and permeable pavers for the front. All in favor? So that's moved by Mr. Nipfel, and do I have a seconder? Mr. Clay, so all in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, item number 42. 122 Havelock Street. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the April 26th hearing, as well as the materials submitted at that time. Copy of the plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, a covering letter from the agent. Forestry is asking for condition number 1 and 2, and correspondence in opposition from 114, and I do believe we have that opposition with us. Okay. Do we have the agent on the line?
Graham?
Good evening, Madam Chair, committee members. Graham Barrett, SGL Planning and Design, 1547 Bloor Street West, agent for the owner of 122 Havelock.
Okay, welcome back. Can you do a brief presentation, no more than 5 minutes? I have one opposition speaker.
Sure, gladly. Cover letter has already been provided, but I'm happy to explain the changes to this proposal. This item was deferred back on April 26th. The committee wanted to see a reduction in the footprint of the proposed ancillary building and an improvement in soft landscaping. The building has been reduced by 0.9 meters on the north side, or 6.12 square meters of area. This is improved variance 1, which is for soft landscaping between the rear main wall of the residential building and the rear lot line. That improvement is from 40.9% to 44.5%, where 50% is required. And variance number 5, which is lot coverage for an ancillary building, that's been reduced from 83.78 square meters to 77.66 square meters. The soft landscaping has been improved substantially by almost 11 square meters. This continues to be mitigated by a large amount of green space being provided on this site. Also, its proximity to Dufferin Grove Park, which is almost all green space, as we know, and the introduction of permeable pavers in the side and rear yard. These were offered up at the previous meeting, but we didn't have specifics, so they've now been shown on the site plan, dated May 24th, and stamped as received by Committee of Adjustment staff on May 29th. So you can see the permeable pavers extend a fair bit of the way down the side yard of the home. Should this committee see fit to approve this application tonight, it would be appropriate to tie the decision to these plans. Variances 2, 3, and 4 remain unchanged. Variance 2 is related to the south side yard setback. I'd like to reiterate there are no windows on the proposed structure on this side, and the second floor is set back further than the ground floor. Variances 3 and 4 are dealing with the angular plane. It's being penetrated slightly to create adequate ceiling heights on the second floor of this ancillary building. These penetrations are minor, and there didn't appear to be any concerns about this at the last meeting. Variance 5, I've already mentioned for lot coverage. This is measured in three different ways for a garden suite. It can be no later pardon me, than 20% of the area of the lot, and the lesser of 40% of the area of the rear yard, or 60 square meters. The proposed ancillary structure only requires a variance due to the 60 square meter maximum. It falls well below 20% of the area of the lot. It's actually 12.1%, and well below 40% of the area of the rear yard, which is 25.6%. I maintain this proposal represents a better use of the land than simply having a garage there. The site can accommodate the structure and an additional unit, so create a highly desirable rental unit in a great neighborhood. Subject site's very close to transit, including the BLOOR subway line, schools, shopping, places of worship, and so on. It's an ideal location for an additional rental unit. There are no neighbors at the rear. This property is immediately adjacent to Dufferin Grove Park. Planning staff had no concerns about this application as originally submitted, and they haven't submitted any new comments. The owners had previously obtained the support of 5 of their neighbors, and seeing that there's only a reduction here, I'm thinking the support still stands. I hadn't seen any conditions from urban forestry, and I have been checking, but if conditions 1 and 2 are required, then an arborist report will be obtained, and we will address that. I believe that all the trees on or near the subject site will remain. So this proposal as revised passes the 4 tests. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Maybe can staff put up the forestry report that just shows the address with the 1 and 2 conditions there? Okay, forestry. Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the opposition and then we'll have you back. Yeah, scroll down 1 more page. Yeah, there it is, second from the bottom. So I don't know if you can see that, Mr. Barrett, but it's 122 Havelock there. It's conditions 1 and 2.
Yes, I can see that. Normally that is sent out to me, so I'm not sure what happened there, but.
Well, who knows? I guess you can sort it out. If you don't need them, then it's a moot point if we put it on. Okay.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Hi there. Should I speak now or?
Yeah, I just need your name and address before you start, and then you have 5 minutes.
Yes. Okay. Hi, my name's Evelyn Shore. I live at 114 Havelock Street. I attended the previous meeting as well. So, I mean, the main thing that came out of the last meeting and the application was that the size of this garage slash, I guess, laneway house or garden suite was excessive. Those were the comments from the committee. And so to me, it seems that this change is minimal. It moves the north wall by less than 1 meter. So it's not a significant change it's not a significant reduction in size. And some of the comments that were said last time by the committee were that they could consider changing the garage to a 1-car garage. They don't need a second bathroom. There's a bathroom on the ground level of the suite. And another comment was that the size is bigger than some houses. Now I know that this is a nice size lot for the city, but they've already put a huge addition onto this house, and now they're looking at building this massive structure in the back. And I don't think counting on Dufferin Grove for your, water need, like way to like have green space and water needs is great. The other thing is that this is not an existing garage. There was not a garage there. So the plan, the application is to change the planned garage from their original plans to now a garage with this suite. So I'm just wondering if, the suggestion that this suite be downsized be seriously taken, and that I would hope that you would ask that it, is reduced to somewhere much closer to what the maximum is allowed by the bylaw. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the trees. So I'm not sure what forestry is asking for, but the 2 trees directly behind this thing, and there is a tree on the side, on the neighbor's side. The direct neighbor is a city-owned house. And other than myself and the other neighbor who had filed a complaint, which was 126, all the other houses along here that back onto the park are owned by the city. So the only private owners that are here that are impacted by this have opposed this. So to say that neighbors have said that they are in support, none of them live here or are impacted, even if their address is on Havelock Street. So those trees, the foundation for this has already been built and poured without any approvals. And 1 tree was already knocked down during this construction process. I can't say it was from doing this or some of the other construction, and it was a smaller tree, but that came down into my yard, into that neighbor's yard, which is the city house. And just the top of it was over my fence, not a big deal. I think it was just hit by one of the construction equipment. But the other trees are significant, and the 2 on the side of Dufferin Grove, that is right at the children's sand pit, if you know this park. So there are constantly children playing there, and there has been a tree along that line that has come down before. So I would just want to make sure. I don't know if anything has already been done as far as impacting the roots of these trees, but I would want to be super sure that we're being safe about this. And then the only other thing I wanted to talk about is at the previous meeting, I had said that it impacts my view of the park, and Mr. Barrett had said, well, you can look directly west. Directly west of me is actually an alley, so I do look in that direction. So I just do want to say that this does impact my view, and the neighbor directly to the north had said it will significantly impact their sunlight and view. I forgot what else their letter said, but. So those are my thoughts. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing no questions, thank you very much. If I could have Mr. Barrett back, please.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead if you could speak to the issues raised.
Sure, I'm happy to. A number of these comments are the same that we discussed at the last meeting, but the addition and the original garage were part of the original building permit, the addition to the dwelling. The owner has changed directions, and there is an original garage that is permitted, but the change is what's before you today. They've decided to expand it and introduce a garden suite. I agree that the phased approach is not the best way of going about things. It makes it difficult to explain. It makes it difficult to understand. But unfortunately, the situation is what it is, and I will do my best to explain that. So the neighbor mentioned a few things that I'm unable to answer, unfortunately. I don't know anything about a tree being knocked down, and it's the first I'm hearing of it. But now that there are urban forestry conditions attached to potential approval of this, I'm sure they will give it a great deal of scrutiny, being that it's next door to Dufferin Grove Park, which I agree is a great park. I take my kid there all the time. I'm well versed in the sand pit, so I'll have to make sure that that is well protected. I'm sure forestry will do just that. It doesn't feel the reduction in the size of the structure is sufficient. This is a very large site that can accommodate a structure such as this. This will create a great rental unit suitable for families. It isn't just a garden suite. It's a bachelor or 1 bedroom. It's a good size unit. It could accommodate a young family if needed. Some of the comments about her view, if you want to go back to the site plan, actually, I think it's interesting to note. She mentions there's a laneway in the rear. You can see her home is 2 over to the south, so to the left. And there is a laneway that terminates at her rear lot line. And there's also a fairly tall two-story garage and shed structure. You can see it on the plan there with a second floor deck, and that's at the rear of her property. So I agree that looking directly west, you wouldn't see the park. You would see a two-story shed with a deck on it. It's visible from Google Street View. It's not visible from Google Maps. It's too much tree coverage. But yes, she may have to look a little bit in the other direction to see the park. And this structure will be visible. That is true. But realistically, with garden suites and laneway suites being permitted across the city, it's inevitable that these will be visible to other area residents as they're built. I also would wonder if this structure in her own backyard blocks the view of the park from 110, 112 Havelock, or perhaps 2A and 2B Sylvan Avenue. But realistically, we're not here to discuss that. I maintain that the variances being requested are minor in nature with minimal impacts, and a very similar structure could be built as of right. We're requesting the proposed variances to alter a garage that's already got a building permit and to create a good sized garden suite with adequate headroom, which could easily accommodate another family in the neighborhood who can also enjoy Dufferin Grove Park. We think this represents good planning and it's in the public interest. Thank you.
Mr. Clay has a question for you.
Thanks. Just looking, forestry's got some restrictions or some conditions, and I'm just looking at what trees that you said you weren't sure what they were referring to. There are trees that look like they are rooted on the other side of your property line, actually right on the border of Dufferin Grove. Your site plan does highlight a couple that look like they're on the border or on the boundary line. So are those the ones that, I guess, are you planning to do anything injurious to those trees, or will that be affected by your excavation and some of your construction?
Well, the foundation for this garage is already poured, as the neighbor mentioned. That was already done. There was a building permit for just a simple garage.
Okay.
It's going to be added onto and partially reduced at the north side. So I'm not entirely sure. I think this forestry condition wasn't mentioned before. I was surprised to hear about it. I've been checking the AIC regularly. I typically receive an email with that exact form that was popped up on screen earlier to show me, what forestry conditions apply. I was unaware of that. So happy, of course, to work with Urban Forestry and make sure that these conditions can be satisfied. It's permitted to injure a city-owned tree and a private tree. That will obviously have to be taken care of. Why this wasn't raised as an issue before, I don't know. The previous permit application didn't require minor variance. Maybe the designer's already been through this. I would have to double check. But this is the first I'm hearing of it on this particular application.
I guess I'd restate the question maybe that on your property, on your client's property, there doesn't appear to be any trees that could potentially be affected. So I'm going to assume then that the concern is on those trees that are actually on the park side.
It could be. I'd be speculating as well, sir.
Okay. Yeah, they're behind the fence, yeah.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, seeing none then, let's take it into committee. Mr. Clay?
Sure, I'm happy to start. I know my colleagues might have views on this one from previous hearings. I personally find, this is really quite a lovely location for a garden suite. It is proximate to amenity space, parkland. It is close to commercial. It is close to transit and the BLOOR subway. In my view, it is location-wise certainly a good place to introduce this kind of density. I was particularly struck, I appreciate that folks are a little bit concerned about size. There's no length variance, there's no width variance, there's no height variance, it's just a coverage variance. And I think that this is designed to be, as the agent said, a family kind of suite, as opposed to a smaller one which would only accommodate maybe singles or couples, which I think is actually commendable. I think that's the kind of accommodation in garden suites that are suitable for existing and established neighborhoods. I would also note that two things. That's a fairly large lot. I think it can capably handle a structure of this size. And finally, even though some might consider the changes modest, I think the agent has done a reasonable job of coming back and hearing what committee and others said last time and reduced the size, increased the landscaping, and introduced permeable pavers, which I think is a good thing for, obviously, for rear yard drainage. So for all those reasons, I think it's a supportable application. A motion? And I will happily make a motion to that effect if my colleagues don't have anything further. I'll move that this application be approved, subject to forestry condition 1 and 2.
Okay, that's seconded by Mr. Nipfel. So moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? That carries unanimously.
Yeah, it is. It's really
Okay, item number 43, 43 Gulfview Avenue. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the June 21st hearing, as well as materials submitted at that time. Copy of a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised floor plan elevations, revised zoning notice, presentation materials from the agent, further correspondence in response to opposition letters from the agent received in our supplemental agenda. Forestry is asking for condition number 3. And I have transportation. Let's see, they're asking for condition. It's just, I think, a recommendation slash advisory report, and opposition for number 41. And I believe they are here. Yes? The speaker? Yeah? Okay. All right, can I have the agent, please?
Hi. Hello, my name is Shahid Anawati. I'm the agent for 43 Gulfview. My address is...
Sir, I have one opposition speaker. Can you do a presentation, please, explaining why you need the variances? No more than 5 minutes.
Sure, thank you.
Go ahead.
We have 4 minor variances here. Previously, we had 5, and we addressed the 5th one, that is for the setback variance, but it was, which was for a major concern for the neighbors. So we addressed it and we got that removed. So this is the old zoning notice. Could we get the new zoning notice, please? So we've removed the number 5 from the fifth setback variance.
Okay, so on the notice that went out, you're removing variance number 5?
Yeah, we removed the south setback one.
So that's the one that says the altered dwelling will be located 0.23 meters from the south side. You're deleting that variance, correct?
Like that's right. So minimum required setback.
Okay, the one that's highlighted on the screen.
Okay, ma'am, yes.
That's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any other amendments, or is that it?
No, we've already submitted the new zoning. It should be there with the committee.
Yeah, we have the revised zoning notice, but this is the notice that went out. So this is the one that I need you to amend. So you're officially deleting variance number 5, right?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me check that as well. Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Okay, and
okay,
any other changes?
That is the new zoning.
Is that the only?
No, that was the new zoning notice that was just shown on the screen.
Okay, so that's the only change then, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we have 4 minor variances, which as I said previously we had 5. So as we go to the first variance over here, it says that we have reduced the existing parking. Our contention is that the parking garage is undersized. If you look at my presentation, which was given with the pictures, please. Yes, so that is the size of our garage over there. And we can't park a car over there. So the parking garage is undersized and we cannot park a car there, as you may see in that picture. It seems that since 1923, when this unit was built, the situation is the same. And the parking has only been done on the driveway. This has also been noted by our neighbor, who is in opposition to us, but has agreed that our car is always parked outside because of this. The driveway is large and deep, enough to take 2 cars in tandem, and is totally on our property. So we park our cars over there. If you look at the neighboring parkings, our driveway is much bigger than them as well. May I request you to view the transportation report, where they have based their view on the fact that this is a legal garage, which we are removing. However, we cannot use this garage because it is so undersized. So today, I applied in this very application. If I apply in this very application to the city for a permit for that garage, they would not pass it. So how do I use the garage now? Right now, we are only using it for garbage. So what we decided is to remove one variance and make the neighbor happy by giving it the required setback and use the rest of the portion that is left of that garage into our house. So this way, we can at least use that the garage over there as such. So may I request you to view the transportation report, where they are basing their view on that fact that it's a legal garage as not acceptable if possible. If today, so although it is a legal garage, it is just 3 inches away, so I can't even expand that garage and make it wide. So our earnest request is to help us here with this particular variance. The next variance, as you see, is we have not reduced the landscape. We have a landscape variance over there. Now, a previous owner, in his kindness, built a retaining wall of 18 inches the width all around the root extents of the wonderful tree that we have to prevent soil erosion. And this is causing a reduction in the softscape area from 75 to 65. We request you to consider the exact where we are standing with this. And the last one, the last variance is an existing one. We can't move the building, and we are stuck with that variance. We are stuck with that particular aspect of not having enough setback, and the neighbor is not objecting to it. So I would request the committee to accept that variance as well. I will answer any questions from the committee and the neighbor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll have you back after we hear from the opposition.
Yes, ma'am.
Sheila, you have been unmuted.
Sheila, you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you could state your name and address for the record, and then I'll start the clock. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm happy to. My name is Sheila McKeon. I am at 41 GOLFVIEW Avenue.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks very much for the opportunity to share my comments on the proposed plan before you. Just to provide you with some context, I am immediately south of 43 GOLFVIEW Avenue, residing in a semi-detached home, also over 100 years old and on the downward slope. We are in the Upper Beaches community, which is well known for its water issues and old homes and problems when there are torrential rainstorms. So my comments come from a place of having seen significant issues created for some neighbors when properties are developed. So I'm just trying to ensure everything is being put in place to protect my property. Because my neighbors and I were in a very unique situation in that, as Mr. Nanavati has pointed out, the garage and a room behind it are separate structures that were added, but they were attached to my wall, to my north wall. So And I noted in his correspondence back that he seems to be asserting that I don't understand that they are separate from my home. They may have separate walls and separate foundations, but the garage and the room behind it are essentially attached to mine via seaming structures and coverings. So I was pleased to see that my neighbors accommodated my concern about a 9-inch variance that was originally proposed, or a 9-inch setback rather, and have now, in removing the garage, the structure that will replace it will be 3 feet across. However, the room that is behind this garage is going to remain in the current plan as attached to my home. Separate walls, but still covered at the top. So again, while I'm relieved the garage portion is set back the appropriate amount, I see that that wall will remain where it is. And I just ask that, should they decide or determine during construction that that wall for that room needs to come down and be rebuilt, then at that time it is set back to the appropriate amount. I do worry that the updated plan creates a different type of drainage issue, which was sparking my concerns in the last iteration, in that, my apologies, my dog is chiming in that it's creating essentially what is a blocked alley. So there will be, between their new space replacing the garage and my wall, approximately 3 feet. So an alley that would hit a dead end. I am concerned that I have not yet seen or be reassured of any drainage plans and downspouts, et cetera, to redirect water, because drainage is my primary concern. So I just simply want to seek assurance that in their development plan, they're taking every possible and thoughtful and reasonable means with their design to protect my property from water damage during and following construction. My other comments had to do with the window placement at the rear of the home on their second story. So they will go at the back. You'll see that their backyard, or that back addition, extends quite deeply into the yard. And right now, when I sit on my deck of my back kitchen, and I look up, I see a vista of their roof line, but trees and sky. With the second story going on top, I'll see the second story of their house without, having to do this. And I guess that is what it is. But I just wanted to see assurances that the windows going on that second story don't create a fishbowl effect for me down over my deck, because they will only be a couple of meters away. So I don't know if, the sill level can be raised. It's at 4 feet now, or if there's screening that can be done. But I would just like to protect my privacy as much as possible. So I know I'm down to 20 seconds. With that, you'll see in my submission that I do support their request for continued use of their driveway. I don't think they pointed out that there is no street parking on our side of the street. So restoring the curb cut isn't going to add additional parking spaces to the street. In fact, forcing them onto the street will take it away. So with that, I'll close in sharing. It's unfortunate we have to discuss these issues committee and weren't able to discuss them before. I've always expressed my willingness to discuss and collaborate and co-plan, and I hope moving forward we can do so in the spirit of neighborliness. But I thank the committee for your time and consideration.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Clay has a question for you.
Thanks. Did I hear you say, so just so we understand, there's a portion of the new construction which is going to continue to be connected to your home?
Yes, that rear bedroom that is there now is not being taken down. I don't know if it's grandfathered in or what. But I mean, I was opposed to having a 9-inch setback across the whole structure. So what they did was they said they'd only take away the garage structure and leave that room behind. And ideally, I would love to see all of it pushed back to an appropriate variance to have the clearance straight through.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're not more opposed to someone attaching their dwelling to your dwelling when it's not a semi-detached dwelling.
Well, I am, but I was under the impression that I had no opportunity to oppose that.
Okay.
Because that second rear portion behind the garage, they're saying they will leave it there. I would love for it to be pushed back.
Yeah, so, but it's actually, what she's saying, it's actually attached. There's no gap there. And I think that's the issue. And I would think that would be inappropriate, that it would still be attached to your home. Maybe we can ask the agent that.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. If I could have the agent back.
Hello. I think we're referring to the old plan. We revised the plan specially for the neighbor, and it is dated on our website as 11th July over there. It is on the portal, or the Committee of Adjustments portal, as CA plans revised. But could we refer to those plans, please? This is a very old plan. This was superseded. Yes, that is the one. Yes. So that is the plan where we have dropped the variance over there, and you can see the space that is there between that garage, which has been moved, and the rest of it has been used into the house. So we've given the required setback to our building over there. Now the area which you see is almost attached. It is not actually attached. It is actually 3 inches away from the neighbor, and it has its own independent wall, independent foundation, and everything. So I see the neighbor was concerned about that gap, the drainage in that gap, the white area that you see. Now that drainage will be done by an engineer who is going to take care of that thing and will be doing it according to the building codes. So I don't see any concern coming down the road, and city is very, very strict about it. So we will be taking care of that part. Now the area which you see is almost touching, if you pan to the right, the area which is touching that, if you look at the amount of connection between the neighbor and our wall, it is hardly 2 feet over there. And that particular area is our existing basement. We cannot move that basement, and it has an existing room above it. So right now we are planning to hold on to that, grandfather it, but on the second floor, we moved the whole building behind. If you look at the second floor plan, the whole building is moved. Yeah, that's the basement. Again, we are referring to the old plan, I guess. Yeah, yes, that's the one. You see, the whole building is moved on the second floor. Existing ground floor and existing main floor in that 2-foot area is almost touching the neighbor. Otherwise, everything is taken care of to move the whole building behind. And this was absolutely done to appease our neighbor and keep her happy, basically. And the window, if you go to see in that, which Sheila has been telling about, in that particular bedroom, one window is in the laundry. And if at all you refer to my supporting material, which was sent to the committee, can you get that supporting letter? It has the elevation in detail. I think it was dated. It was a response to Sheila's letter and an appeal to the committee, that letter, which is known as CA supporting material. Yes. Yes, that's the one. If you go to the last page, No, yeah, go ahead. Go to the last page, please. This letter was sent to Sheila. There's another letter that was sent to the committee, but this will also do for the moment. Yes, now that is where the window sills are made at 4 feet. Normally we would have it at 18 inches, but to see that Sheila is happy, we've kept it at 4 feet. Now, one is a laundry window. Nobody's going to look into our house from there. Number two, the other window that is there is in the children's bedroom over a writing desk. And that particular window sill is 4 feet from inside the house. The kid is now just about 2 years or so. And that privacy of Sheila is absolutely preserved. There's no other window that is overlooking a backyard or any other part of the house.
Any other?
So that is my contention.
So if I might, Chair, I just want to be abundantly clear. What I think I'm hearing you're saying is that the second story is set back.
Yes.
But are you confirming that the first story there's a gap between your house and the neighbor's house? And
Yes.
those structures are not going to be attached?
No, not at all. No, not at all, except for the existing basement and the ground floor, which is attached by approximately 2 feet only.
So no, I'm not being clear, I guess. So I get the basement, you got a foundation, but it's the first floor, it's the ground floor that I'm asking about. Is it going to continue to be attached to your neighbor's house?
Yes, partly it will be, but most of it we have moved away, right?
If you look at Google Maps, like there's the garage, and you can see a raised part behind it, and I think that's the room.
Right.
That's above the laundry room, that's going to be attached still to the...
And that's an existing room, so they're not changing it.
That's right, it's an
So
that's right.
Is that where is that not variance number 4?
No, sir. The variance number 4 is on the other side, because this has been an existing one and legally lawfully existing unit, which is almost attached to this. So it does not trigger a variance.
So variance number 5 is for?
Is deleted.
Is deleted. So there's no variance for setback between?
No, sir.
I don't understand that.
Doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense to me.
Because we are not changing anything over there. It is existing on the in the basement and on the ground floor, and we are maintaining it.
Like, even if it's an existing condition, I've never heard of us having a bylaw that allows a 0 setback. Would it not still trigger the variance?
I mean, they're both detached homes, right?
Would it not still trigger the variance? Like, I've never heard of a bylaw that's got 0 setback. So
If it's a legally existing one, it would not.
Well, yeah, it does. Whenever variances come before us, it triggers existing conditions. Sabrina, can you weigh in?
Perhaps the applicant needs to speak with someone in the zoning department just to be sure.
Should we be deferring this then, Sabrina? Yeah. I mean, I'm a little bit concerned that we're not getting, I don't think, satisfactory answers to the neighbor's concerns that there's a dwelling that is joined to her house, and I don't think that's legal.
But so we are not moving that dwelling, it is existing, and currently there are no issues.
Pardon me, excuse me, your neighbor has specifically said she does not want your building to be attached to hers. So you can't say that there aren't any issues, there are issues.
But it is existing over there, sir.
Yeah, but sir, I'm repeating myself for the third time. Existing conditions are triggered when variances come before us, even if it's not something you're changing. And your house is abutting her house, so it's got a zero clearance on that side, and that doesn't make sense that we don't have a variance for it, because you're not a semi-detached dwelling, right? You're basically, your wall is smack against her wall for that one room, and I think the members understand that it's an existing condition. But I think we're of the opinion that there could be a missing variance here.
I think I'll have to then go to the zoning officer and clarify this.
Yeah, and that's what the Deputy Secretary's Treasurer is suggesting, that, you know, we defer this so that you can go back to zoning and clarify. Sabrina, something to add?
No, through you, Madam Chair, I was just going to say that, you know, it's in the applicant's best interest to ensure that all the variances have been captured, or else they'll just be back before Committee of Adjustment with a new application.
Madam Chairman, there's another issue that could potentially be confusing, and that is the north property setback. I had trouble with this when I was looking at it at home. It only applies to one corner of the house. And so if this was to get approved, I think that we need some kind of reference that that setback applies only as shown on the site plan. If you look on the drawings, if you look at the, pick a drawing here.
A2.01.
Okay, it's only in this one corner.
2.01.
If you look at the site plan, in the far right corner, that's the only place that minimal setback applies. So I wouldn't want to approve that setback without identifying as planning frequently, is that it only applies to a very small piece. Otherwise, the entire house could move up.
Yeah, that particular setback over there is with over a common area between the two homes. It has got a legal pathway between.
And I share my colleagues. I don't understand if these properties are attached or not, and if they're attached, it seems as though there's another variance needed.
Yes, so
if they're not attached, I'm not sure what the number is.
Chair, I wonder if this might be just appropriate to defer, to allow the applicant an opportunity to clarify the variances and ensure that all the variances that are necessary are included in the application. So I'll move that motion.
Okay, so the motion to defer this matter a second time has been moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. And this is for you to go back to zoning and to clarify whether you need a variance on the south side. And also, if you've been listening to Mr. Nipfel's point regarding the variance on the north side, because it only applies to a very small portion of the house, and the committee, you know, doesn't want to grant you a variance that allows you to do that setback for the entire length of the house. So I need you to go back and clarify all this before you come back to us. So all in favor of the deferral? Okay, that motion carries. Okay, did you hear from Ida? Okay. All right, so just give me a second. I just got to switch files. Okay, so we're going back to item number 39, which is 70 Wilson Park Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have 3 photographs of trees, as well as presentation materials from Ms. Evangelista. And we have a deleted variance number 3 and 6. And variance number 2 has been amended to 35%, which equals 53 meters squared. And then there was also a condition for permeable pavers. So, okay, Ida, how'd you make out?
Thank you very, very much, Madam Chair, members. I did share the revised plan with Sabrina and Wilser. So we've changed a few things. I've had the architect increase it because, you know, I heard the concern of the members. So I wanted to address all the concerns and make sure that I touched on every point. So what I did was I increased the area even more so. Member Clay, you know, he had asked about variance number 4. So what I did was I also had the architect make that adjustment. So now the variances, variance number 2, we have increased it to 65.73 square meters.
I'm sorry, how many square meters?
65.73 square meters.
73 meters square. Yeah, and what's the percent then?
Which is 38.5%.
Okay.
Okay, that allows us to have the bicycle storage, the parking, the turning radius, the egress of the stairs, and then variance number 3 has been removed. Variance number 4, we adjusted the ancillary structure, so we removed that. We now comply with that. It's 1 meter from the west lot line. And variance number 6, the bicycle parking, we now comply with, and we've included that on the site plan. So everything that we discussed in your concerns regarding the landscaping, I believe now we have addressed and should now allow the parking spaces to park accordingly, to have a proper turning radius, and have rear landscaping much better than what it is today, because today the rear yard, as you saw from my photos, is fully paved. And also to Member Neffeld's comments, the parking spaces will now be permeable pavers, and that does reflect on the revised site plan.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I captured everything. So you've deleted variances 3, 4, and 6. And variance number 2 is 38.5%, which equals 65.73 meters squared. And permeable pavers are showing on the parking spots. And I believe that's everything, right?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any further questions on this one?
Just congratulations. That's a huge change.
So you heard it from Mr. Nipfel. Congratulations on making the changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Thank you.
Okay.
I knew you were concerned about it. I wanted to make sure that I addressed all your concerns.
Okay, great. I don't think there are any further questions. So if not, I need a motion on the application as amended. Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Mr. Nipfel spoke for all of us, but he says congratulations. I think this is a more acceptable application, and while I've got the floor for a second, I think it'd be wise for anybody listening, if anybody's still listening, that it would be
one person listening.
One person.
Your grandkids.
You know, it would be wonderful if there was more thought put into these variances prior to presenting an application. I mean, obviously, you were able to delete three variances. This could have been done prior to coming to the committee. It would have saved a lot of anxiety for everybody. But I thank you and congratulate you, and I'd like to move approval of the application as amended. And I don't...
I think that's it.
The revised plan.
The revised plan.
Yeah, the pavers are on the plan, so.
It's a revised plan, site plan as well. I don't think there are any other conditions that we have. No, I think that's it.
Okay. So the motion is moved by Mr. Bayat to approve the applications with the conditions or the deletions and the changes that I went through. And then we're going to tie it to the plans received, the site plan received by, what's today, the 26th, by the Deputy Secretary Treasurer today. Okay, do I have a seconder for that? Mr. Nipfel? All in favor? That motion carries unanimously, and we stand adjourned at 6:55 p.m.
Great job, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Another stellar job.